Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen wa salatu wa salamu ala nabiyyina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa azwajihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd, fa a'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Wa rabbi zidni ilman ajma'in inshallah. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala increase in all of us knowledge. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Nice to see you all, brothers and sisters. Alhamdulillah, we are starting to study book 3, and we all pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to help us and guide us and make the study of book 3 easy on us, and may Allah bless us with the knowledge of book 3, inshallah. And then, brothers and sisters, book 3, the first lesson is going back to same dun dan din. Are you with me? Do you remember? When I say dun, it's marfu. When I say dan, it's mansub. When I say din, it's majroor. So, dun dun dan dan din din, dun dun dan dan din din, dun dun dan dan din din, dun dun dan dan din din. That's all. We are going back to square one and learning everything, but in much, much more detail, brothers and sisters. You know, after watching DVD 1 and DVD 2, people walk in the store, and what do they tell me? When I say dun, they start singing dun dan din, you know. Alhamdulillah, it is catching. There was the one gentleman who said, I never understood this. And when I heard the song, it now makes a lot of sense to me, you know. And he started singing. Subhanallah. So, brothers and sisters, here we are, marfu, mansub, and majroor. Now, brothers and sisters, the title of the lesson is al-Iʿrāb. Look at it carefully. And Binā. Look at it carefully. Brothers and sisters, you can write down English meaning of Iʿrāb. Declension. What would you write down? Declension. And Binā, what will you write down? Non-declension. This is the Arabic, grammar terms which the Western scholars, when they try to define Arabic, they use these words, declension and non-declension. Now, because I told you, brothers and sisters, that every time something comes, we will go and figure out how this word was created. Iʿrāb. Can you feel anything there, Sister Arifa, Sister Maimuna? Iʿrāb. If'ālun. What is it? If'ālun. See, that's the way we will train our mind. Huh? So what is the Madi? A'raba. What is the Madi? Huh? I will write down, brother. Huh? A'raba. What will be the Mudariya? You. It will be you aribu, but we give the Hamza time off. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? We want him to go to his favorite spot, Tim Horton. Huh? So it's yu'ribu. Okay? Now, Amar will be Arib. Huh? Amar will be Arib. And what will be the Maṣdar? Iʿrāb. Well, see, this is the way we will understand, inshallah. Slowly, slowly. And Ism Fa'il will be Mu'rib, but we are more interested into Ism Maf'ul. What is Ism Maf'ul? Mu'arab. Are you with me? Mu'arab. Huh? Mu'arabun. Okay, brothers and sisters, we are more interested into Mu'arabun. So our title of the lesson is al-Iṛāb. Huh? See? Araba, form 4, Bab, If'ālun. Huh? The next word is Binā. Al-Binā. What is al-Binā, brother? Here it is, brother. Bana. What will be the mudari'at? Bab daraba. Yabni. Huh? Yabni. Huh? And what will be the amar? Ibn. Are you with me? Fine. What will be the ism file? Banin. What will be? I am trusting your knowledge. It seems these holidays you are too busy. Banin, or if you say al-bani. Brothers and sisters, fine. It's not in the lesson, but I'm walking you through it. Huh? And brothers and sisters, what will be the Ism Maf'ul? What will be the Ism Maf'ul? Mabniyun. Mabniyun. That is your Ism Maf'ul. Are you with me? And then what is this al-Binā? Maṣdar. What is it? Al-Binā. This is your Maṣdar. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? So the title of the page is, brothers and sisters, the title of the page is Al-Iṛāb wal-Binā. Got the idea, brother? Means here we have the meaning, and Al-Iṛāb means declension or non-declension. So there are nouns which will decline, and there are nouns which will decline, but we won't see the change in it. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? The common example that I can give you is Muhammadun, Muhammadan, Muhammadin. And against that, I can say Haza, Haza, and Haza again. So, that is what we are going to study in this lesson in detail. Okay, brothers and sisters? Now, there are two sections in the lesson number 1. One deals with nouns. The other will deal with verbs. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Now, number 1, fil asmā'i, in the nouns. Now, what happens in the nouns? Okay. Please read every line with me and write it down. Keep your highlighters, your pencils ready to write down whatever you feel it's important. Al-ismu, brothers and sisters, imma, imma, there is a shadda on mim. Imma mu'arabun wa imma mabniyun. So on top, brothers and sisters, we had Iṛāb, which was a Maṣdar. And then mu'arab is ismu maf'ul. Same way, bina'u was Maṣdar, and mabniyun is ism maf'ul. It is ism maf'ul, you know. Something which has been built. Mu'arab means something which declines. So if you take declension, then mabniyun will mean something which does not decline, stays in its one state of appearance. It does not show changes. Now comes the important sentence. Brother, careful, huh? Fal mu'arabu. So the mu'arab. What is mu'arab, brother? Ma. What is ma here? Write down al-lazi. This is Ism Maqṣūrah. What is ma here? Al-lazi. When you put al-lazi, the meaning becomes a little more clearer to us because we are still beginners. So we need to have a little more explanation. Al-Mu'arrab. What is al-Mu'arrab? Al-lazi. Which. What is the meaning of ma here? Which? Taghayyara. Brother, taghayyara. What kind of a verb is this? Brother Hassan? Ghayyara. Then you add ta. Taghayyara, form 5. Give me the name of the verb. My favorite name. MashaAllah. But I told you to tabassum. Make it easy. Bab, tabassum. But tafa'ul is correct, Brother Al-Muki. I was just trying to, it's easy to pronounce tabassum. Okay, brothers and sisters. So that is taghayyara, means to change. Akhiruhu. Where is the file of taghayyara? Akhiru. Akhiru is the file. Means the end of it. Akhiruhu means the end of it. Okay. So here it is, brother. What is al-Mu'arrab? Declension is that the akhiruhu changes. Means the end of the word changes. Why does it change? Bi sababi. Because of the reason. By the reason. Bi sababi al-Āmili. Sababil Āmili. Bi harf jar. Sababi Ism Maqṣūr. Wa huwa mudaf and al-Āmil mudaf ilayhi. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Alhamdulillah. Okay. So, Mu'arrab is the word which the end of it changes because of an Āmil. You know, brother, what is Āmil? Write down the meaning. Āmil means, brothers and sisters, I will write down. Āmil means, brothers and sisters, an agent or a doer, which can be a verb, a preposition, or a preposition, or a particle. This should be very clear, inshallah, brothers and sisters. You know preposition. What does it do? It makes the Ism Maqṣūr. So why did Ism become Maqṣūr? Because of harf jar. So harf jar is the Āmil, the agent or the doer which made the Ism Maqṣūr. And particle too, brothers and sisters. Inna Muhammad. Why did it become Muhammadan? Who made it Muhammadan? It was inna. So the particle is the agent which brings about a change at the end of a word or a noun, you can say. And same way, brother, verb. When there is a verb, what does it require? File. If there is a fi'l, what does it require? File. And file has to be marfu. No other way. So then the verb becomes an agent because it makes the file to be marfu, nothing else. Are you with me? Or it will also make the maf'ulun bihi mansub. Who makes it mansub? The agent. Who's the agent? The verb. So this is what it really means. Okay? This is the meaning of the first line. فَالْمُعْرَبُ مَا تَغَيَّرَ آخِرُهُ بِسَبَبِ الْعَامِلِ Okay, brothers and sisters, that is the meaning. I hope it is clear to you. Okay, you got to really concentrate on this, and at home you will go and revise it properly. First day, inshallah, you will understand, but if you have little difficulty, my usual advice, brothers and sisters, don't worry. We will get it. In 2 or 3 days, you will, inshallah, have a complete idea. Fine, brother and sister. Now comes our example. Jaa al-mudarrisu. Why it is su, brother and sister? Because it is file. But verb, jaa is the agent. Jaa is your āmil. Fine. Sa'altu al-mudarrisa. Why al-mudarrisa, brother? Maf'ulun bihi. But why maf'ulun bihi? Because sa'ala came. And where is the, yes, that is your āmil. That is your, verb is your āmil. Fine. Now, sallamtu alal mudarri. Why mudarrisi, brother? Allah came. So who's Allah? Your āmil. So you see, in here, we can see the 3 declension, al-mudarrisu, al-mudarrisa, and al-mudarrisi. And one is marfu, and one is mansub, and one is majroor. So how will I define, brothers and sisters? Al-mudarrisu. How will I define? We know it. We have done it so many times. Fa'ilun, marfu'un, or you can be dammatil zahir. Bidamma is fine enough. Now you can add bidammatil zahirati. Bidammatil zahirati. We are going to give you some more handouts, inshallah. I am looking into it. We'll provide you some more handouts. Okay. Or if you want to go in detail, then you will say al-mudarrisu fa'ilun marfu'un wa alamatu raf'ihi ad-dammatu az-zahiratu. Wa alamatu raf'ihi ad-dammatu az-zahiratu. Fine. The same way will be al-mudarris maf'ulun bihi mansubun wa alamatu nasbihi al-fathatu zahiratu. Or you will say maf'ulun bihi mansubun bi fathatit zahirati. You can have both ways, inshallah. Now, brothers and sisters, al-mudarrisi ismun majrurun wa alamatu jarrihi al-kasratu zahiratu. Or you will say ismun majrurun bil kasrati zahirati. Both will be correct. But more eloquent will be wa alamatu raf'ihi wa alamatu nasbihi wa alamatu jarrihi. Very simple. You memorize it and it will be used everywhere, inshallah. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Now we come to wal mabniyu. What is this ma here? Ismu mawsulah. What is it? What is the meaning of ma? Allazi. And the mabni is the one which la yatagayyaru. What is it? La yatagayyaru. Okay, brother. No vowel signs. You can put your vowel signs. Tagayyara is madi. Yatagayyaru is mudariya. And where is the file? Akhiru. La yatagayyaru. Akhiruhu. The end of it does not change. Bi sababil āmili. The agent even cannot change anything. It comes in one uniform appearance. That's all. It has only one appearance.
Āmil name is Naḥw.
Ji?
Āmil name is Naḥw. Why saying Naḥw?
Bi sababil āmili? Naḥw. Write down, brother. Yes. Naḥw means, what did I write? For example. For example. For example. Inshallah. Jā'a ha'ulā'i. Brothers and sisters, Jā'a is our fi'l. Where is our fa'il? Fa'il has to be marfu. It ends in kasra. Why? Because it is mabni. Huh? So here, brothers and sisters, mu'arab means you can relate mu'arab to a person who has got 3 uniforms. When he goes to the office, he wears suit and tie. Okay? And then when he goes to the playground, he puts on a t-shirt and a short pant and his Adidas. Okay? And then, so when you see him in t-shirt and shorts and Adidas, what do you think he's going to office? No, he's going to a playground. And when he puts on suit and tie, what do you think he's doing? Going to bed? No, he's going to work. But when you see him in pajama, what do you think he's doing? He's getting ready for retiring and going to bed. Now, you won't say the person will go to office in pajama or the person will go to playground in pajama, because he has different attire for different occasions. Compared to that, brother and sister, a noun which is mabni is like a poor man. He has got only one uniform. He can go to work in the same uniform, he'll go to play in the same uniform. If he goes to bed, he goes in the same uniform. And if you happen to invite him for walima, he will come in the same uniform. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? So that is the difference between mu'arab and mabni. We have been studying this bit by bit, brothers and sisters. I have been preparing you for all these things. So nothing is a surprise to us. We have some idea. Alhamdulillah. So how do I describe, brothers and sisters? How do I describe ha'ulā'i? Okay, you will write down, brothers and sisters, you will write down, if you want to write down in detail. Okay, see, ha'ulā'i is fa'ilun. So what will you say? Fa'ilun. No, you will say fa'ilun. Fa'ilun mabniyun fa'ilun mabniyun ala kasrati. Because every noun which is mabni will end in something. What about hadha? Mabniun ala sukun. What about hadhihi? Mabniun ala kasra. What about dhalika? Mabniun ala fatha. Tilka. So ha'ulā'i mabniun ala kasra. Mabniun, fa'ilun, mabniun ala kasra. And then what will you write down? Fi mahalli raf'in. That's all. So it's easy, brothers and sisters. Brother Hassan, you will write down fa'ilun, okay, mabniyun ala kasra, and then fi mahalli raf'in. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? This is how you will describe ha'ulā'i. What is next one, brother? Sa'altu ha'ulā'i. Now how will you describe? Maf'ulun bihi, okay, maf'ulun bihi, mabniun ala kasra, fi mahalli nasbin. Got the idea? Fi mahalli nasbin. Fine. Now, I'm sure this business of fi mahalli, we are not a stranger to it. We have got used to it now. Had it been like, instead of this ha'ulā'i, had it been a proper noun, for example, Muhammad, then we would have seen Ja'a Muhammadun. Sa'altu Muhammadan. See, I would have seen it. Then I would have seen. But because it is Mabnī, then I have to say fi mahalli. It is in the place of a noun which should have been dun, dhan or then. Marfu, mansub, majrur, inshallah. Fi mahalli means it takes the place, in the position of. So brothers and sisters, sallamtu ala haulai. Now, haulai is ism majrur. But it is mabni, brother. Ala came, so I know it is majrur. Otherwise, it has a kasra built into it. The kasra is part of it. So when ala came, so I know it is ism majrur. So how will I describe? Ismun majrurun mabniyun ala kasrati fi mahalli jarrin. Inshallah. Is it clear, brothers and sisters? Now I have written here something very important, brothers and sisters. Inshallah, you will make a note of it. Fi mahalli raf'in, fi mahalli nasbin, fi mahalli jarrin. Now, when do you use these terms? When, number one, it is mabni. Number two, now I'm going to show you things here. Number two, Shibhu Jumlah. How many kinds of Shibhu Jumlah we know? No, jar majrur, two only, brother. And zarf plus mudaf ilayhi. Okay. Now I tell you something. You got to listen to me. I may not write it on the board. We have told you many times. Mubtada is always marfu. Khabar is always marfu. Now when it is one word, we see the dhamma on it. Okay? But when it is jar majrur, it is jar majrur. We know it is Shibhu Jumlah. For example, okay, Muhammadun talibun. For example, so what is talibun? Khabar, marfu. Sahih? Now if I say Muhammadun fil masjidi, what is jar majrur? Shibhu Jumlah. Now you will write down Shibhu Jumlah fi mahalli rafa'in khabar. Because had it been one word, it would have been marfu. But because it is Shibhu Jumlah, we don't see that way. We see Shibhu Jumlah. Jar majrur, Shibhu Jumlah. And what will I say now? Fi mahalli rafa'in khabar. Are you with me? Because khabar is always marfu. And same way, Muhammadun huna. Muhammad is here. Are you with me? Or Muhammadun hunaka. He is there. Okay, so what is huna and hunaka? Zarf. As soon as you say zarf, brothers and sisters, so what is it? Shibhu Jumlah. Shibhu Jumlah. Zarf, Shibhu Jumlah. And then what will I say? Fi mahalli rafa'in. Why rafa'in? Because khabar is always marfu. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Khabar is always marfu. Sahih, brother? So then, this is how we describe. Now, brother, we did not do before. Now we are in advanced study of Arabic language and Arabic grammar. And it is very beautiful, very logical, very fascinating. I was amazed. I did not find these terms difficult because it makes a lot of sense to us. The only thing is, because they are new, it will take time, day or two, to get used to it, inshallah. Now I come to Jumlah, brother. Jumlah. What is Jumlah? Okay. Now a sentence can also have a position in the whole construction. Are you with me? We are going to learn more about it later. But in order to give you a simple example, brother, I'll stick to I'll stick to mubtada khabar. Okay? I say Muhammadun ذهب إلى المسجد. Let me write it down, inshallah. Muhammadun ذهب إلى المسجد. But this is a very simple explanation. We will have little more complex sentences coming, but when they come, you will be more prepared to take it. And I write down another sentence, brother. Muhammadun I put a line. What is the meaning of line? Mubtada. MashaAllah. Okay, brothers and sisters. Look at the first sentence. Muhammadun mubtada. But where is the khabar? Now we have to write down. Zahaba fi'l madi. Okay, now I will say mabniun ala fatah. Where is the fa'il? Damirun, mustatirun, taqdiruhu, huwa. And if you want to go a little further, you will say yadullu ala Muhammad. It goes to the, it indicates Muhammad. Okay, brother? And what is ilal masjidi? Jar majrur? Jar majrur. Khalas. Nothing more. Jar majrur. Now look at it, brothers and sisters. Where is the khabar? It is a whole jumlah. So what will you say? Al-jumlatul fi'aliyatu fi mahalli raf'in khabar. Before, we did not use these terminology because you would have been totally gabarified. And you would have said, it's too difficult. But now, inshallah, you will comprehend it. So what will you say, Sister Madinah? Dhahaba ila al-masjidi, which is al-jumlatul fi'aliyatu fi mahalli raf'in. Why raf'in? Because khabar is always marfu. Fi mahalli raf'in khabarun. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Inshallah. Now we say Muhammadun. What is Muhammadun? Mubtada. Where is the khabar? Leave aside Muhammadun on one side. Now you go to akhuhu tabibun. What do you see? Akhuhu. What is akhu? Yeah, but before mudaf, mubtada. What is akhu? Mubtada. Wa huwa mudaf. And what is who? Mudaf ilayh. Fine. Where is the khabar for akhu? Tabibun. Okay, now this whole sentence, what kind of a sentence is this? Al-jumlatul ismiyatu fi mahalli raf'in khabar. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Inshallah, you got it. But, Sister Sumayya, if we are not 100% sure, don't worry. Lesson number 8 or 9. You know what is that lesson? Do you want to know what is that lesson? Mubtada and khabar. Again, mubtada and khabar will come in detail. Yes, Brother Salim?
Yeah, yes, but in this sentence, Muhammadun akhu.
Who?
Akhu who? Two mubtadas there.
We cannot say two mubtadas.
But normally you said akhu is also mubtada, huwa mudaf, right?
Yes. Muhammad is mubtada. Then we are taking the whole sentence separately. Now if you want, you can do another way. Muhammadun, mubtada number 1. Okay. Akhu, mubtada number 2. And then, brother and sister, you will describe mudaf, mudaf ilayh. And what is tabibun? Is the khabar for what? Mubtada number 2. So it is khabar number 2. If there is a mubtada number 2, then there has to be a khabar number 2. And then you will say the whole jumlatul ismiyatu, khabar number 1. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? You can say that also. And you can say in a different way that I explained you, brothers and sisters. We have a book called Nurul Yaqeen, which is grammatical analysis of each and every word in the Quran. And inshallah, you will see how they describe it. And we can follow that process of description, of grammatical analysis later on, brothers and sisters. So, brother, a jumla can also be fi mahalli raf'in it can be fi mahalli nasbin, and it can be fi mahalli jarrin. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Okay. Now we come to al-Maṣdar al-Muʻawwal. Brother, we are expert in this. Huh? We are expert in this. For example, brothers and sisters, Uridu an ashraba shaya. I want to drink tea. Uridu fi'lun mudari'un marfu'un bidamma. Fa'il mustatir. Taqdiruhu ana. An ashraba. An harfu nasbin wa masdariyin. And what is ashraba? Fi'lun mudari'un mansubun bil fatah. Where is the fa'il? Mustatir taqdirhu ana. And ashaya is mafulun bihi for ashraba. Okay. But where is the mafulun bihi for uridu? If I say uridu, I want what? I have to have a mafulun bihi. So what is mafulun bihi? Al-Maṣdar, al-Muʻawwal. Well, then what will I say? Fi mahalli nasbin. Now you are already used to it. So then you know where to use these terms. But remember, brother, yumkinuka an tajlisa huna. So where is the file for? So what will you say? An tajlisa al-Maṣdar al-Muʻawwal fi mahalli. Now you will say rafa'in. Are you with me? So you will see how these three things are explained. Huh, brother? This is very important. Fi mahalli rafa'in, fi mahalli nasbin, fi mahalli jarrin. And these are the four categories in which you will be using them. Huh? And brothers and sisters, this is very easy. Today, it may seem to be a little overwhelming, but don't worry. Huh? In 2-3 days, inshallah, you will find that it is very clear in understanding, inshallah. But these things are not difficult. These are easy, but it can be a little overwhelming on the first day. Do you get the idea, brothers and sisters? Did you write it down, everything? Inshallah. Keep these notes handy, because when you will stand up to teach, brothers and sisters, you got to explain all these things. Then the students will find learning Arabic a very enjoyable, interesting, and it is fun. Brothers and sisters, we go forward now. Al-Mu'arabu means declension. Wal-Mabnīyu, non-declension. Min al-Asmā'i, in the nouns only. Al-Asmā'u kulluha, all the nouns, brothers and sisters. Mu'arabatun, they are all declinable. If you wish to write, all the nouns are declinable. All of them. Ma'ada. Now what is the meaning of ma'ada? Except. Write down this word also, brother. Ma'ada means illa. What is the meaning of that? Except. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Ma'ada illa al-fiyatil atiyata. Except the following groups. What is the meaning of al-fiyatu? Groups. What is the singular? Fiyatun. What is it, brothers and sisters? Fiyatun. What is the meaning of fiyatun? A group. And al-fiyatu means groups. Except the following groups. Brothers and sisters, this is all revision. Trust me. Damirun munfasilun. Are you with me? How long ago we studied it? Huwa, huma, hum. Are you with me? Huwa huma hum, hiya huma hunna, anta yantum ma yantum, anti yantum ma yantunna, ana nahnu. What is all this, brothers and sisters? These are all damirun, munfasilun, and they are all marfu. But at the same time, they are all mabni. Are you with me? So here we are going to study the groups which are mabni, which are not mu'arab, which are not mu'arab. So if they are not mu'arab, then they are mabni. Fine. So a damair. What is the meaning of damair? Pronouns. Example, mislu. Huwa. Brother. What will you say huwa? Mabniun ala fatah. Hum. Mabniun ala sukun. Anta. Mabniun ala fatah. Antum. Okay. And ana. Mabniun ala sukun, not fatah. Okay, brother. Then there are other damairs which are also mabni. Okay. A huge lesson will come for damair. A huge lesson, brother, in which we'll study them again in thorough detail. That is the beauty of Dr. Abdul Rahim's, vision and his farsightedness. Things will come and they will make us understand better. Our understanding will become stronger and stronger. So, brothers and sisters, huwa huma hum, hiya huma hunna, these are damair munfasilatun. Are you with me? Fine. Then there are other damair, okay, which are muttasilun, but they are also marfu. What did I say? Damair munfasilun, they are marfu. Then there are damair muttasilun, which are marfu. And what are they? You already know them, brother. These are the attached pronoun in the verbs, which come as a file. Remember, attached pronoun will come as a maf'ulun bihi also. But these are the file. What are they, brother? If you start in the Madi, Zahaba, where is the file? Mustatir. Are you with me? The file is mustatir. Okay. And then Zahaba, where is the file? Alif. No, Alif is your file, but it is a damir. Are you with me? And it is marfu. File has to be marfu. And then Zahabu, where is the file? Wow, is the file. It's marfu. It is attached. And then Zahabata, and then Zahabna. Are you with me? And then Zahabta. What is ta, brother? No, Zahabta. Ta is a file. It is attached. Sahi? No, file has to be marfu. So ta is your marfu. It's mabni. It's marfu. Okay? And same way, ta tumatum, ti tumatunna, tuna. So here we are learning that zahabtu, the tu file is marfu. But it is mabni. Highlight it tu, brothers and sisters. Highlight tu and waw in the next verb. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Now, qalu. What is qalu? It's a verb. Where is the file? Wow. No, wow has a sukun, but it is mabni. But it is marfu. Sahi? So these are all marfu. And they are mabni. We don't see them in the way we see Muhammadun. We don't see them in that way. But they are all mabni and they are marfu. What is in the bracket written, brother and sister? هذه damairu raf'i. These are the damir marfu. Fine, brother. Now, ra'aytuhu. What is who? Maf'ulun bihi. Brother, it has to be mansub. I don't see anything there. Like Muhammadan. So it is Mabnī. As'aluka. As'aluka. So what is ka here? Maf'ulun bihi. Okay? It is Mabnī. And then darabani. He hit me. So yeah, it has got a sukoon. But it is maf'ulun bihi. I don't see the sign. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? I don't see the sign of mansub. What are they called? Hazihi damairu nasbin. Fixed, brother. They are fixed, okay. Kitabuhu. Daftaruha. Ismuka. Alayha. Lana. What are these, brothers and sisters? These are, what is who, ha, ka, ha, mudaf ilayhi or ism majroor. Are you with me? Mudaf ilayhi or ism majroor. Okay? When the pronoun joins a noun, we get mudaf ilayhi. When the pronoun joins preposition, we get jarun wa majrurun. When the pronoun joins a zarf, what do we get? We get zarf and mudaf ilayhi. So all these nouns are all majroor. Whether you join them with noun, or whether you join them with preposition, or you join them with zarf. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? So hadihi damairu jarri. Are you with me? You will be able to figure out. And this little song that I presented to you, brother, it has a very deep meaning in it. You know, it will reinforce you that these damair are all majroor. Are you with me? Be they ism majroor or they are mudaf ilayhi. Fine. That was group number 1. What is the group number 2, brothers and sisters? Asmā al-Isharati. We are quite familiar with it. Mislu, hada, hadihi, zalika, ulaika. These are all mu'arab, but they don't show their declension. They won't show their declined form. They are mu'arab. They will come in the sentence performing different functions. They can come as a mubtada, they can come as a khabar, they can come as a fa'il, they can come as a maf'ulun bihi, they can come as a ism majroor, they can come as a mudaf ilayhi. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? But they won't show the end of it as we see in a noun which is mu'arab. Like Muhammadun, Muhammadan, Muhammadin. Okay. So, in that case also, brothers and sisters, Hada kitabun. This is a book. What is Haza? How will you describe now? Haza ismu ishara mabniun ala. Haza mabniun ala sukun. What will you say after that? Fi mahalli raf'in mubtada. Fi mahalli raf'in mubtada. Will you say? Ra'aytu haza. I saw this. Now, ra'aytu. I need maf'ulun bi. What is haza? Ismu ishara mabniun ala sukun. Fi mahalli nasbin. Maf'ulun bihi. Got the idea? So it's very easy. You know, once you know a couple of them, you can do everything, inshallah. Fine, brother and sister. Except the dual form. Adani wa hatani. What are they? Mu'arabani. Mu'arabani. Brothers and sisters. Now, in order to get a proper understanding of this concept, I'm going to write some sentences on the board, brothers and sisters. Because I want you to understand properly. Brothers and sisters, alhamdulillah, we are familiar with this because we know how to analyze the duals. Remember? You know how to analyze dual because we did work on it. And that is the reason, brothers and sisters, I always try to prepare the students beforehand, bit by bit, so that when we come to the real stuff, we are prepared to understand it in a very nice way. Okay, brothers and sisters. Jā'a Hāzāni. What is Hāzāni? Dual. You know, how is the dual marfu? By alif. And mansub and majroor? By ya. Okay, so what will you say? Jā'a fi'lun ma'din mabniun ala fatah. What about Hāzāni? Hāzāni fa'ilun marfu'un. And what is the alamatu raf'ihi? Al-alifu. And then we will add li'annahu musanna. In other words, brothers and sisters, Hāzāni and Hātani will be dealt like duals. As you describe and analyze duals, you will analyze Hāzāni and Hātani. Because they are not Mabnī. Hāzā is Mabnī. Hāzāni is Mu'arab. It will change. Okay? Fine, brother. Ra'aytu Hāzaini. Ra'ay, fi'al, tu, fa'il. I need maf'ulun bihi. How will you say maf'ulun bihi? Hāzaini maf'ulun bihi mansubun wa alamatu nasbihi al-yā'u li'annahu musanna. Are you with me, brother and sister? Same way, salamtu means I said salamu alaikum, or I greeted. Salamtu ala hazaini. So brother, Allah came. What is hazaini? Ism Maqṣūr. Ismun majrurun wa alamatu jarrihi al-yā'u li'annahu musanna. So it's easy, brothers and sisters. Same way I wrote down an example for hataini. Ja'at. Why did I put ta'utanisi? Because the file is muannas. File is muannas. So what is hatani? Fa'ilun marfu'un wa alamatu raf'ihi al-alifu li'annahu musanna. Sisters, I'll repeat again. Salamtu fi'al and fa'il. I greeted. I said salamu alaikum. Ala hazaini. What is hazaini? Ismun majrurun, because of Allah. How will I describe? Hazaini. Ismun majrurun wa alamatu jarrihi al-yā'u li'annahu musanna. And then I put deliberately ja'at to give you the example of hatani. So what is hatani, brothers and sisters? Ja'a fi'al ta'utanisi, and then hatani fa'ilun marfu'un wa alamatu raf'ihi al-alifu li'annahu musanna. Is it clear, Sister Fatima? Does it make sense? You have to make yourself a little bit stronger in understanding the dual form. Remember, brothers and sisters, it is coming. It will come again in the lesson. But if I say to you, brother and sister, Hādhāni kitābāni. So what is Hādhāni? Mubtada. How do I describe? Mubtada is always marfu. Hādhāni mubtada marfuun wa alamatu raf'ihi al-alifu. Are you with me? Let me write it down. Hādhāni. Is it marfu or mansub or majroor? Marfu. What is the sign of marfu? Al-alifu. Why? Why? Because it is dual. That's, you have to explain. Now I say Hāzaini, brothers and sisters. Is it mansub, majroor? But let's say it's mansub. Because usually we say kitabun, kitaban, kitabin. We say Muhammadun, Muhammadan, Muhammadin. We make majroor form come at the end. Mansub comes in the middle. So Hazaini, Hazani, Hazaini. It's mansub. How do I know it is mansub? What is the sign of it? Ya. It is mansub by ya. Now I say hazaini. Now this is majrur because kitabun, kitaban, kitabin. Muhammadun, Muhammadan, Muhammadin. Hazani, hazaini, hazaini. Is hazaini majrur? Yes. What is the sign of its majrur? Ya. So this is what, Sister Fatima, you have to understand. Inshallah. Okay, brothers and sisters. So, ja'at hatani. Okay. Then, ra'aytu hataini. Same thing. Mafulun bihi mansubun wa alamatu nasbihi al-yā'u li'annahu musanna. And then salamtu ala hataini. Same. Ismun majrurun wa alamatu jarrihi al-yā'u li'annahu musanna. Got the idea, brothers and sisters? That is our group number 2. Group number 3. Al-Asmā'ul Mawsūlah. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Asmā'u Ishara, demonstrative pronoun. Asmā'ul Mawsūlah, relative pronoun. Remember I told you once, or maybe I said to you several times, that all damair are Mabnī. They are all Mabnī and they are all definite. They are all definite. They are definite. Okay? And now we are learning the exception of it. That in Asmā'ul Ishara, the dual form is Mu'arab. And Asmā'ul Mawsūlah, again the same thing, the dual form is Mu'arab. Got the idea? So, Al-Lazi is Mabnī, Al-Lati is Mabnī, Al-Lazina is Mabnī. What about Al-Lazani? And al-latani, Mu'arab, brothers and sisters. Okay? Now I'm changing it, brother. I'm changing a little bit, brother. Ja'a al-lazani yadrusani. Al-Lazaini Yadru Sani. And then what will I say here, brother? Salamtu ala al-Lazaini Yadrusani. Now I come here, brother. What will I say here? Ja'at al-latani tadrusani. Now I come here, brother. Raitu al. Brothers and sisters, if you write down, then you will have a permanent record. And then when you will revise, inshallah, you will understand it very beautifully. Raitu lataini tadru sani. And then salamtu ala alal lataini tadrusani. Got the idea, brothers and sisters? So al-ladhani, what is al-ladhani? Relative pronoun. Two of them. So ja'a, fi'al madi, where is the file? Al-ladhani. So this is mu'arab. So how will I describe? Fa'ilun marfu'un wa alamatu rafihi al-alifu. Same. The mu'arab of the grammatical analysis of the dual form. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? So I have to mention yadru sani. Why? Yadru sani. Why should I mention Sister Hafsa? Because when Ism Maqṣūrah comes, there is a Silatul Mawsul. Two who are studying came. Who are those two that came? Two of them came. Who are those two? The two who are studying came. You can say Yadrusani fil Jamia, you can say bil Jamiyati, you can say, but Yadrusani is good enough because it is fi'al and fa'il. Fine. And then Ra'aytu Ladaini, I saw two of them. Who are those two of them? Who are studying. Say? So Yadrusani in all the cases is Silatul Mawsul. Fi'al fa'il. Are you with me? There's a complete sentence as a Silatul Mawsul. I greeted two of those. Who are those two of? Who are they? They are studying. Okay, so fine. Now same way Allatani. The two of them came. Those two are feminine and they are studying. So instead of Yadrusani it became Tadrusani. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? And now Ra'aytul Lataini. I saw two of them who are studying. Salamtu ala lataini. I saw two of those feminine who are studying. So that's the way it is. So in other words, Allazani, Allazaini, Allazaini, Allatani, Allataini, Allataini. They are Mu'arabani, Mu'arabani. They are declinable. Now, brothers and sisters, we come to number 4. Group number 4. Asmāul Istifhām. We know a little bit about it, brothers and sisters. Remember, in the beginning we say a and hal, they are harfu istifham. Then we had ma, aina, and mata, and all these things are ismul istifham. They are ism, but they are also mabni. They are mabni. What are they, brother? Man, aina, ma, mata, kaifa. These are also mabni. Okay? And then we will have to describe them as they come. You know? Whether they are marfu or mansub or majroor, the sentence will tell us, brothers and sisters. Some of these things are for you to make a note of it. When we'll study deeper with grammatical analysis, then all of them will come, inshallah. No. Ba'du zuruf. What is zuruf? Plural of zarf. Adverbs. Some of the adverbs are also mabni. What are they, brothers and sisters? Idha. What is the meaning of idha? When or if. Both, okay. Al-ana. We know that al-ana, zarfu zaman, but that's mabni. That's mabni. Okay, it won't change its form. Haythu. Where? Haythu means where. So it is also mabni. Fine. And then, brother and sister, amsi. Also mabni. These are all zarf. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? I don't think you will find them difficult. Okay? Inshallah, when you will revise, you will feel comfortable. Now, there are some nouns which are called Asmāul Afʿāli. We have never used the plural form. I always say Ismu Fi'ali. What I say? Ismu Fi'ali. We are going to learn a little bit more. Let me tell you briefly. Ismu Fi'ali looks like a noun, but does the job of verb. And it does not have the signs of the normal verb. Okay? And yet, it does the job of verb. But when it looks like a noun. Fine. Here, brother and sister, Ameen. What is Ameen, brother? No, Ameen looks like a noun, but it is a verb. It is Amar. Okay? What is the meaning of Ameen? Please accept. Are you with me? Accept our dua. Who is the fa'il? Mustatir taqdirhu anta, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That, Ya Allah, accept it. Okay, fine. And then, uffin. When you are tired of somebody, you say uff. Are you with me, brother? So what is uff, brother? Also ismu fi'al. Where is the fa'il? Mustatir. Taqdiruhu ana. I am tired of you. Okay? I am sick and tired of you. Okay? I don't like it. You know? And then ahin. What is the meaning of ahi? I am in pain. When you say it means I am in pain. So it is a verb. Okay, brothers and sisters? And where is the fa'il? Mustatir. Taqdiruhu ana. So in both, brothers and sisters, uffin and ahin, it is taqdiruhu ana. Because you are saying, I am in pain. But if somebody is in pain, you won't say That person has to say Okay? And as a joke, I have added one more, brother. In English, what we say normally, you like something, what do you say? Wow. Wow. What is the meaning of wow? The wow meaning is the damir mustatirun taqdiru ana. Means I like it. What do you say? When do you say wow? When you like something. So, brother, wow, where is the I like hidden? It is inside. Damir mustatir. But I don't say like that, brother. I say, wow. Are you with me? Because if you like it, that's the way. I like it. So one of the sisters said, brother and sister, he asked me, brother Asif, I understand wow means I like it. What is this I said, sister, that is maf'ulun mutlaq. That is maf'ulun mutlaq means I like it very much. Alhamdulillah. This is just a joke, brothers and sisters. It's not mentioned here. Amin, uffin and ahin. Now we come to number 7. Brothers and sisters, we already studied it. We have some idea. We will now learn in detail. Al-a'dadu. This is the jama of adad. Murakkabatu. Murakkab, compound. It is coming from rakkaba. Yurakkibu, murakka. Ismu maf'ul, compound. Ahada ashara. What is it? Ahada ashara. Brother, it will never change. It's Mabnī. So this you will then be saying fi mahalli rafa'in or fi mahalli nasbin or fi mahalli jarrin. Whenever they will come in the sentence. Tis'ata ashara. Athalitha ashara. No, these are all Mabnī. But there's an exception here. Al-juz'ul awwalu min ithna ashara mu'arabun. Remember, brothers and sisters, ahada ashara is a compound. There are two parts, ahada and ashara. There are part 1 and part 2. When you say ithna ashara, there is a part 1, part 2. Part 1 is mu'arab and part 2 is Mabnī. So here is an example, brothers and sisters. Yadrusu fil fasli ithna ashara taliban. Fine, brothers and sisters. Yadrusu fil fasli ithna ashara taliban. Where is the file for yadrusu? Ithna ashara. Ithna ashara. You can say even ahada ashara. You can say all these things. You can say, brother and sister, you can say tis'ata ashara, salasata ashara. You can say. But when you say ithna ashara, then isna, brother and sister, is the dual form. Remember ithnani, ithnaini, ithnaini. Then this dual form, brothers and sisters, you will have to give the i'rāb of musanna. What will you give the i'rāb of? Musanna. So what will you say, brother and sister? You will say ithna al-juz'ul awwalu fa'ilun marfu'un wa alamatu raf'ihi al-alif. Are you with me, brothers? لِأَنَّهُ مُسَلَّمٌ. You got the idea? Fine. Now if you say رَأَيْتُ إِثْنَيْ, the noon is dropped. إِثْنَيْنِ, the noon is dropped. We are going to learn later on why. إِثْنَيْ أَشَرَ. So brother, what is إِثْنَيْ? مَفْعُولٌ بِهِ. Are you with me? مَفْعُولٌ بِهِ. وَعَلَامَةُ نَسْبِهِ الْيَاءُ. Are you with me? But the second part is Mabnī. The second part is Mabnī. Fine. هَذَا الطَّعَامُ, this food is for whom? لِثْنَيْ. What is it? لِثْنَيْ أَشَرَ طَالِبًا. Okay, brothers and sisters, let us analyze this. هَذَا مبتدأ. الطَّعَامُ بدل ما شاء الله بدل لي حرف جر اثني اسم مجرور اسم مجرور وعلامة جره الياء لأنه مثنى. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? لأنه مثنى. And ashara is also اسم مجرور مبني على فتح في محل جر. Are you with me? Fine. And what is طالبا? Tamiz. I'm glad that you did not forget Tamiz. Alhamdulillah. See, do you see how we analyze ithna, ithnay, ithnay? So in this adadul murakkab, in the compound, everything is mabni except juz awwalu min ithna ashara. So you will inshallah remember this. And it is given here, brother, sisters. If you want to write down, you can write down quickly, brothers and sisters. Yadrusu fil fasli. Are you with me? Ithna ashara taliban. Ithna, you can write down marfu'un bil alif. What will you write down? Marfu'un bil alif. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? You can write down the detail, Sister Mehnas? Absolutely. You'll write down in detail, but I'm just write down mafruun. It's marfu with what? Alif. And then if you say ra'aytu ithnay, then juz awal is mansubun bil ya'i. Are you with me, Sister Hafsa? And then hadha ta'amu li lithnai, it will be majrurun again bil ya'i. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Just make a note of it in your book. And we will be saying this in detail whenever we get an opportunity. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Inshallah. So these are the 7 groups. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? In which they are all mabni. Okay? They are all mabni. So this is what the meaning is. Al-asma'u kulluha mu'arabatun ma'ada al-fiyati al-atiyata. Number 1, damair. They are all mu'arab except the following groups, which are mabni. Damair, Asmā Ishara, Asmā Mawsula, Asmā Istifham, Asmā Af'al, and al-Adadu Murakkabatu. Inshallah, you will remember this. Now, I have one suggestion to give you, brother. Book 3 has so many concepts, one on top of other. They will keep on following in a steady succession. We have to revise it often. And if you write down your notes properly, then the revision will become very easy. And you will be able to understand it very fast, inshallah. Whenever the opportunity will come, we'll revise them, inshallah, in the lessons, inshallah. I think we are ready for a break. Let's take a short break, 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll resume, inshallah. Alhamdulillah, brother, we're back after our break. Our batteries are recharged with some nice hot tea and some cookies, inshallah. Now, brothers and sisters, we go to page number 7. Alamatul Iṛāb. Alamatul Iṛāb. Now here, Iṛāb means declension. Alamatul Iṛāb al-Asliyatu. Now al-Asliyatu, brothers and sisters, is a naat for alamat. This is a naat for alamat. Alamatul Iṛāb, that is mudaf ilayhi. Then al-Asliyatu is a naat for alamatu. That is why it is marfu. Can you see? Wal far'iyatu. What is the meaning of al-asliyatu, brothers and sisters? The original sign of declension. What is the original sign of declension, brother? Dhamma, fatha, and kasra. These are the original signs. And then far'iyatu means secondary signs, or branch signs. I always joke, brother. What is the opposite of asli? Nakli. These are not nakli, brother. These are secondary. These are secondary. Secondary endings, Alamatul Iṛāb al-Asliyatu fil ism. What is they, brothers and sisters? What are they? Ad-dammatu wa hiya alamatu raf'i. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Write down next to it if you want to. Muhammadun talibun. Al-fatahatu wa hiya alamatul nasbi. Write down example. Ra'aytu Muhammadan. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? I'm sure you can write it. Ra'aytu Muhammadan. Wa kasratu wa hiya alamatul jarri. How will you write down? Sallamtu ala Muhammadin. What will you say? Sallamtu ala Muhammadin. If you write down these three sentences next to each other, it will be nice for you. Do you want me to write it on board? And the first one, brother, ad-damma. Ad-dammatu. What will you write down, brother? Muhammadun talibun. Brother? And then al-fathatu. Ra'aytu Muhammadan. And then al-kasratu. What will be the sign, brother? Sallamtu ala Muhammadin. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Alhamdulillah. Now these are the original signs. Alamatul al-Iṛāb, Alamatul Iṛāb al-Asliyatu. وَهُنَاكَ عَلَامَةٌ أُخْرَى. And what are they called, brother? فَرْعِيَّةٌ. وَهُنَاكَ عَلَامَةٌ أُخْرَى فَرْعِيَّةٌ. وَهِيَ, and they are في أنواع الآتية. They are in the following kinds. They are in the following kinds من الأسماء. Again, we are still talking about nouns only. different kinds of secondary signs in the nouns. Number one. See, brothers and sisters, this is all repetition. We have been learning it. You know a little bit now in detail, brother. Jama Muannas Salim. See, now I tell you one thing. Remember, we had a page where you were doing your practice of marfu, mansub, majroor. Talibatun, talibatan, talibatin. Talibatani, talibataini, talibataini. Now make it jama. Talibatun, talibatin. And again, talibatin. But the marfu and majroor is proper. But when you make jama muannas salim mansub, you are making it tin. It should have been tan. So then tin is not the original sign. It is a secondary sign. Are you with me, brother? So how will you call it? Khalaqallahu samawati. What is samawati? Maf'ulun bi mansub, but no fatah. So this is secondary alamat. So what will you say? Sanawati maf'ulun bihi mansubun wa alamatu nasbihi al-kasratu li'annahu jama' muannas salim. You will say like that. Why? Then you will explain that it is jama' muannas salim. Are you with me, brother Abdul Samad? I will repeat again. Khalaqallahu samawati wal arda. So khalaqa fi'al, Allahu fa'il, samawati maf'ulun bihi mansubun wa alamatu nasbihi al-kasra li'annahu jama' muannas salim. That's the way you will define it. Okay. Number two, al-mamnu min as-sarf. What is this, brothers and sisters? Diptote. Alamatu jarri fihi al-fatahatu. Brother, when you make a diptote majroor, it does not show kasra. It still shows fatah. Idhab ila fir'auna. Brother, fir'aunu, fir'auna, fir'auna. Brother, how will you describe? Ila harf jar. What is fir'auna? Ism majroor. Wa alamatu jarrihi al-fatah. Li'annahu mamnu min as-sarf. Are you with me? Li'annahu diptote. Okay, we cannot write diptote in Arabic. Li'annahu mamnu min as-sarf. Mamnu min sarf means, brothers and sisters, it's a partial declension. It does not decline fully. It stops at mansub form and stays there. Even if it is majroor, it will still show fatah there. Fine. Okay, brother, number three. Al-Asmā'ul Khamsatu. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Wahiya, Abuka, Akhuka, Hamuka, Fuka, and Zu. Now we know Zu very well, we know Abu very well, and we know Akhu very well. These are the two other nouns, Hamuka and Fuka. Fu is the mouth. Okay, brothers and sisters? All of the alamat are fariyat, secondary. Now when does it become secondary? And when does these nouns have the asli alamat? They will only become secondary when they come as a mudaf. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? That's the only time. Sister Hafsa, that's the only time. Turn to page 8, brothers and sisters. So, Rabu, Asmā'ul Khamsa, the 5 special nouns are decline, bihazihil alamati, by these signs, idha, when or if, kanat mudafatan, they are mudaf إلى غير ياء متكلم. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? What is the meaning of غير ياء متكلم? So you see 14 pronouns. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Okay. Abuhu, abuhuma, abuhum. Abuha, abuhuma, abuhunna. Abuka, abukuma, abukum. Abuki, abukuma, abukunna. And then Abi, Abuna. So except for Abi, in which the mudaf ilayhi is ya mutakallam. Except for this, in the rest of the 13 pronouns, it will have secondary alamat. Are you with me? Okay? See, you will start like this. If you write it, brothers and sisters, Abuhu, the waw will be there. All the time waw will come. When it will come to Abi, then only this will come. Nothing else. What is this ya? Ya mutakallim. Mudaf mudaf ilayhi. This is also mudaf mudaf ilayhi. And even Abuna, if I write down, waw will come out. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? وَإِلَّا أُرِبَتْ بِالْعَلَامَةِ الْأَصْلِيَةِ. Otherwise, brothers and sisters, if it is, these nouns are not mudaf, if these nouns are not mudaf, then the original signs will be used. Inshallah. We are going to study now. Turn the page again to number 7. Aja'a abuka. Aja'a abuka. Brothers and sisters, Ja'a has come. Where is the file? Abu. So fa'ilun, marfu'un, wa alamatu raf'ihi al-waw, li'annahu min al-asma al-khamsa. Wa huwa mudaf and mudaf ilayhi. A'rifu abaka. I know your father. A'rifu fi'lun mudari'un marfu'un bi damma fa'il mustatir taqdiruhu ana. Fine, brothers and sisters. What is aba? It is mudaf mudaf ilayhi, but it is maf'ulun bihi, mansubun, wa alamatu nasbihi al-alif, li'annahu min al-asma'il khamsa. Are you with me, brother? Wa huwa mudaf and then mudaf ilayhi. And what is the next one, brother? Aina sayaratu abika. Aina sayaratu abika. Translation? Where is your father's car? Okay. So sayaratu abi. And then ka. So abika is mudaf mudaf ilayhi. And sayaratu abi is also mudaf mudaf ilayhi. So sayaratu, brothers and sisters, is mudaf. Abi is mudaf ilayhi. Why there is a ya? Because it is coming as a mudaf again. So how will you describe abi? Mudafun ilayhi majrurun wa alamatu jarrihi al-ya'u li'annahu min al-asma al-khamsa. Got the idea? Inshallah. And then wahuwa mudaf and ka mudaf ilayhi. Brothers and sisters, I will try to get you some more handouts on grammatical analysis, inshallah. I'm working on it. I'll try and get you some, inshallah. Now, brothers and sisters, if these 5 nouns, if they are mudaf to ya mutakallim, then those secondary signs will not come out. 13 pronouns, we will have this waw, and 1 pronoun ya mutakallim, no. And if they are not mudaf, they only come on their own, then they will have asli sign. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? What are the asli signs, brothers and sisters? Li akhun. I have a brother. There is a brother to me. What is li? Jar majrur, shibhu jumlah, khabar. And what is akhun? مبتدا مرفوع وعلامة رفعه الضمة. صحيح. سألت أخا, I asked a brother. سألت فعل فاعل. What is أخا? مفعول به منصوب. What is the alamat there? Fatah. Fatah. Akhan is, alif is the spelling rule here. Fatah to zahira. Sister Manas, wherever you see fatah, it's clear cut, you can say zahir if you wish. Okay. If the fatah is not zahira, then what is fatah? Muqaddara. Muqaddara. Anta ka akhin. Anta ka akhin. Translation, brother? You are like a brother. You are like a brother. So, ka akhin, anta is mubtada. Ka akhin, what is ka akhin? Jar majrur. So, what is akhin? Ism majrur. Wa alamatu jarrihi al-kasra. Sahih, brothers and sisters? So, this is what we have to understand. Now comes number 4. Jam'ul Muzakkar Salim. Okay. Kullu alamati fihi far'iyatun. Every sign of marfu, mansub, majroor is secondary. Are you with me, Brother Hassan? Inshallah. Now, brothers, we have been practicing. Muslimuna, Muslimina, Muslimina. And we know Muslimuna, what is the alamat of marfu? Wow, we know. And ya and ya. So we have been studying. So this is just a revision for us. And we have nothing new but to learn, but to reinforce what we already know, inshallah. Dakhala al-mudarrisuna. Dakhala fi'al. Where is the file? Al-mudarrisuna. Fa'ilun marfu'un wa alamatu raf'ihi al-waw li'annahu jama' mudhakkar salim. But it's very easy. And it's fun doing all these things. Sa'altu al-mudarrisina. Al-mudarrisina. Sa'altu fi'al fa'il. Mudarris maf'ulun bihi mansubun wa alamatu nasbihi al-ya'u li'annahu jama' mudhakkar salim. Repeat with me, everybody. It will make a lot of sense when you say, and it will make your understanding stronger, inshallah. هذه غرفة المدرسين. This is teacher's room. هذه مبتدا. Where is our khabar? غرفة. وهو مضاف. And what is al-mudarrisina? Mudaf ilayhi. So how will you describe? Mudarrisina mudafun ilayhi majrurun wa alamatu jarrihi al-ya'u li'annahu jama' mudhakkar salim. Tell me, brother and sister, isn't this halwa puri? Yes, inshallah. Okay. Al-muthanna, we know it. See, Sister Fatima, in the beginning I explained you, hadani, hadaini, hadaini. Now it comes here. Brother? So in jama' mudhakkar salim, kullu al-alamati fariyatun. Al-muthanna, kullu al-alamati fihi far'iyatun. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Same. Ghaba talibani. Translation, brother. Remain absent. Ghaba fi'al. Where is the file? Talibani. Fa'ilun marfu'un. Wa alamatu raf'ihi al-alifu. Li'annahu muthanna. Now we got to explain why. It is, alif is marfu instead of dhamma. Because it is muthanna. Fine. Talaba al-mudiru talibaini. Mudir demanded, asked for 2 students. Brother, talaba fi'al madi, al-mudiru fa'il. Where is maf'ulun bihi? Talibaini. So brother and sisters, talibaini, maf'ulun bihi mansubun wa alamatu nasbihi al-ya'u li'annahu muthanna. Brothers and sisters, everything is being revised. هذه الغرفة, this room, هذه الغرفة للطالبين. Yeah, mashallah. Now we got to say more, inshallah. Okay. First and foremost, brothers and sisters, هذه مبتدا الغرفة بدل and li talibaini. It's indefinite nouns. It's not lit, but it is li talibaini. Li harf jar, talibaini ism majrur. Wa alamatu jarrihi al-yā'u li'annahu musanna. And now, brothers and sisters, jarun wa majrurun shibhu jumlah fi mahalli raf'in khabar. We come back to here. Are you with me? Shibhu jumlah. So now this is the way we do it. When the child is very small, we feed him strained baby food. But when he grows stronger, he doesn't want the strained food. Now he wants a solid food. Now we come to solid food. Brothers and sisters, jarun wa majrurun shibhu jumla fi mahalli raf'in khabar. Now it's the real stuff, brother. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Is there anything more than that? No. That's it. If you master this, that's it. Then you are a master yourself. If you master it, then you are a master. Okay, brothers and sisters? Inshallah. Now comes an extremely delicate food. It's a delicacy. Very special kind of baklava. Iṛābul taqdīriyu. Brother, taqdīri. Taqdīri. Who wants to tell me? What is this? Taqdīri.
That's when we can not see, but our mind can.
You're right. You're absolutely right, Brother Abdul Mukim. But I want something more than that from you. Taqdeer. Now you, Sister Hafsa, tell me the verb. Qaddara. What is it? Qaddara. Yukaddiru. Sabbih isma rabbika al-a'la. Alladhi khalaqa fasawwa. Allazi qaddara. What is qaddara? Form 2. Bab taf'il. See, that is why I'm making you a little bit more aware of the verbs by telling you to also mention Bab by the name of its Maṣdar. So whether taqdeer is the Maṣdar here. Something estimated. Estimation. Estimation, okay? Now brother, here we are. Look at me. Qaddara. What is the mudariya? Yukaddiru. Ismu fa'il. Muqaddir. Ismu maf'ul. Muqaddar. Something that is estimated. Are you with me? Muqaddar means something estimated. Now, this is where you will see when you say ad-dammatul muqaddara. Are you with me? Dammatul muqaddara. What is muqaddara? Ism maf'ul. Dhamma which is estimated. As Brother Mukim rightly pointed out, our eyes cannot see, but our mind can see it, inshallah. Now this is, brother, also you can write down in English, latent endings, Are you with me, brothers and sisters? This is the translation of al-Iṛābul taqdīriyu. Fine. It is present, but it is not visible. Known in our mind. You can also say estimated declension. What can you say? Estimated. Write down, brothers and sisters. I will write down again. Estimated declension. Okay, brothers and sisters, this inshallah we'll study in detail. I will try to do as much as we can, otherwise we'll start from here tomorrow, inshallah. لا تظهروا علامة الإعراب في ثلاثة أنواع. In three kinds, the alamat of i'rab is not visible. Min al-asma'i, in the nouns. Remember, we are only studying nouns. The verb chapter comes later on. فَتُقَدَّرُ فِيهَا alamatu. Now this verb, tuqaddaru, is majhul, passive voice. We haven't studied. We will soon study, inshallah. وَهَذِي أَنْوَاءُ, and these are the kinds, brothers and sisters. They are al-Maqṣūr, al-Manqūṣ, wal-Mudāfu ila Yā'i mutakallim. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Maqṣūr, Manqūṣ, and wherever something is mudaf to Yā'i mutakallim. In other words, Ya mutakallim becomes mudaf ilayhi, then also you won't see the alamat. This is very interesting, brother. First, we come to Maqṣūr. Huwa al-ismu, it is a noun. Al-mu'arrab, it is declinable. Alladhi, the one which, alladhi, he is also not, brother. Akhiruhu, end of it is alifun lazimatun. What is the lazimatun? Mandatory. There's alif at the end, mandatory. For example, al-mustashfa. Brother, you said mustashfa. Remember, we studied this in book 1, but we did not go in detail. Now we will go in detail. Sister Nasreen, where is the fatah? On fa. What is after fa? Is that the end of the noun? No. After fa, it is ya. But it is pronounced as and written as alif. It is called Alif Maqṣūrah. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? So, if there is an alamat, where will be the alamat? On the last letter, which is alif. Sahi, which is alif. And originally it is ya. Okay, it is alif. We say alif now, because the scholars define it as alifun lazimatun. Okay, all these nouns which will end like this, and there are many. Okay, the last lesson of book 3, brother and sister, is again devoted to these nouns. And now you won't find it hard, inshallah. Here is an example, brother. Al-Mustashfa, Al-Fatah, and Al-Asa, the stick. Okay. Qatal al-Fatah, al-Afʿāl, bil-Asa. See, no signs. Because the noun is Maqṣūr. The noun is Maqṣūr. So how do I say al-Fatah? Brother and sister, qatala is verb. Fi'al madi. Where is the file? Al-Fatah. So what do I say? Al-Fatah has to be, if it is file, it has to be marfu. So how do I describe? Fa'ilun marfuun wa alamatu raf'ihi dammatun mukaddaratun. See, mukaddaratun is a nat for damma. So dammatun mukaddaratun. The nat, manut, they match each other. They agree with each other. Brothers and sisters, so muqaddara. See, ism maf'ul. Do you see, Sister Hafsa? Muqaddara is ism maf'ul. Sister Bir, it is ism maf'ul. Sister Mainaz, Sister Maimuna, all of you sisters, brothers, it is muqaddara is ism maf'ul. What is the verb? Qaddara. Yukaddiru. Taqdeer. Are you with me? The young fellow killed snake. What is this, brother? Al-Afā is the snake. So, brother, Al-Afā, where is the fatah? On Ain. So what is, that is not the last letter. So where is the last letter? Alif. So what is on Alif? Fatah. Fatah, because it is maf'ulun bihi. So what will you say? Maf'ulun bihi mansubun wa alamatu nasbihi fathatun muqaddaratun. Got the idea, brother? And bil asa, jar majrur. So asa is majrur. How will you describe it? Majrurun bil by. It is majrur because of the by ba, harf jar. Alamatu jarrihi. No. Kasratun muqaddara. Because sign of majrur is kasra, sister Mainas. So where is that kasra there? Muqaddara. Are you with me? So this is how you will remember, inshallah. Now, brothers and sisters, manqūs. In Maqṣūr, alif lazimatun. And in manqūs, al-Yāʻu lazimatun. Then Yāʻ is mandatory there. But before Yāʻ, there is a kasra. This is what it will say. Look at it. Al-Manqūs huwa al-ismu al-mu'arabu alladhi akhirihu ya'un lazimatun maqsurun ma qablaha. Okay? So, brothers and sisters, I go back and refresh your mind. Inshallah. I will only give you two examples, brothers and sisters. Kada. Bab daraba. What will be, brothers and sisters? Yaqdi. How do I make ism fa'il? Fa'ilun. What is it? Qadiyun. Qadiyun. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Okay. So here, Ya is lazim. And what is before Ya? There is a kasra. And then we make some changes here. I drop the tanween here, and I drop the Ya here, and I give. So what it became now? Qadin. Now if I put alif lam, make it definite, Ya will come out. Qadi. Are you with me? But again, it is sukun there. Are you with me? So Qadin is a manqūs. Why? Because it has got a Ya, lazim, at the end. And before Ya, what is it? Kasra. That is what the sentence is all about. We will read it again, brothers and sisters. Al-Manqūs huwa al-ismul mu'arab. Alladhi akhirihu Yāʻu lazimatun maqsurun ma qablaha. And it has a kasra before it. No, here ma is also al-lazi, brothers and sisters. Nah, Qadi Muhamifa. Al-Wadi al-Ma'ani. Okay. Now if you remove definite alif lam, but then what will become to al-Qadi? Qadin. And Muhamin. And then Thanin. Madin. See, fi'lu madin. Fi'lun madin. And wadin. Tuqaddaru fihi. Now this is very important. Tuqaddaru fihi means estimated. What is estimated in it? Ad-dammatu wal kasratu. Wa tazharu fihi al-fathatu. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? So let us come here one more time. Brothers and sisters, I make qadin. Remember when we write down the first form, it is always marfu. What is the next form we write? Marfu, mansub, majroor. What is the next form? Mansub. How do I write it? Qadiyan. And then majroor? Got the idea? Huh? Now, marfu with damma muqaddara. Mansub, fatatu zahiratu. Huh? And then here, kasratul muqaddara. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? I am telling you this is marfu. So it has to be damma muqaddara. This is, of course, it is obvious. I can see the signs, So it is mansub bil fatahtu zahira. And I tell you this is manqūṣ. So if it is manqūṣ and I tell you it is majroor. So if I tell you if it is majroor, then brothers and sisters, where is the kasra? Muqaddara. Sahih? Now, Sister Maimuna will put alif lam. Al-Qadi. Marfu. Make it mansub. Sister Maimuna, make it mansub. Al-Qadi. MashaAllah, MashaAllah. See, our mind will start to work now. Huh? And these are most important rules, brothers and sisters. Huh? And then next will be again Al-Qadi. Now, whether to describe it fully in grammatical analysis, inshallah, we'll do it tomorrow. I won't do it today. I'll do it tomorrow. Okay? But maybe, if possible, I'll write down on a piece of paper and give it to you, inshallah. So here, brother, Sa'ala Qadi al-Muhamiyya. What is it? Al-Muhamiyya anil Jani. Jani is the culprit. Mujrim. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Now, let us do, brothers and sisters. Sa'ala. What is Sa'ala? Fi'l. Where is the fa'il? Qadi. Brother, there is a sukun there at the end. Al-Qadi. Originally it is Qadiyu. So it is sukun there. So what will you say? Fa'ilun marfu'un wa alamatu raf'ihi dammatun muqaddara. Got the idea? Very good. Now, when the manqūṣ is mansub, then the alamat is visible. Alamat is visible. So you can see Sa'al al-Qadi al-Muhamiyya. Muhamiyya. Maf'ulun bihi mansubun alamatu nasbihi fathatun zahiratun. It's visible. And what will be al-Jani? Anin Jani, it's majroor. Majroorun bi an. Are you with me? Majroorun bi an. Alamatu jarrihi kasratun muqaddara. Do you get the idea? So only the manqūṣ nouns, Sister Arifa, manqūṣ noun, when they are marfu, the alamat is muqaddara. When they are mansub, the alamat is zahir. No more muqaddara. Fatahatu zahiratu. And when they are majroor, then the alamat is muqaddara. This thing you will have to understand, inshallah. Yes, Sister Madinah? A lawyer. Yeah, attorney. Now I can, the sentence had a al-Qadi. Now, brothers and sisters, we remove al-Qadi. And we say, what do we say? Zahaba. What shall I say now? Qadin. Ila muhamin. Okay. See how beautiful Dr. Abdurrahim's explanation and sentences are. We get a clear-cut idea. But that is why these books are the best books to study Arabic language, especially for us because our mother tongue is not Arabic, ذهب فعل ماضي. What is قادٍ? فاعل. مرفوع. علامة رفع الضمة المقدرة. صحيح? But brothers and sisters, we got to go a little more. Where is the Dhamma Muqaddara, Sister Maimuna? Al-Ya, where is that Ya? Mahzuf. No, you will say, Qadin. Watch this, brother and sister. This is very beautiful. Tomorrow we'll do it again. Qadin. Fa'ilun marfu'un wa alamatu raf'ihi ad-dammatul muqaddara alal ya'i mahzufati. Alal ya'i mahzufati. But in al-Qadi, we don't say that because the Ya is there. Are you with me, sister? Al-Qadi, the Ya is there. I can say, ذهب al-Qadi al-Muhami. But then we say al-Qadi and al-Muhami, the Ya will come out. So then, Dammatul Muqaddara ala akhirihi, you can say, if you want to say. But in case of Qadin, then Dammatul Muqaddara is on the Ya, which has been dropped. So you got to explain. You got to explain. So, Qadin, fa'ilun marfu'un wa alamatu raf'ihi ad-dammatul muqaddara alal ya'i mahdhufati. Isn't it beautiful? Brother, today is first day. You are not prepared to say it's beautiful. Okay? But inshallah, when you will understand it fully, brother, this is the beauty of Arabic grammar. It is so different from any other languages. And it is so logical, so scientific, like mathematics, brother and sister. Let us do finally, ila muhamin, ila came, ismun majrurun bi ila. It is majrur bi ila. Wa alamatu jarrihi, al-kasratu, al-muqaddaratu, al-ya'i mahzufati. Are you with me, Sister Maimuna? The kasratul muqaddara, but where? On the ya, but what about that ya? Al-mahzufa. That has been dropped. Inshallah, we end here, brothers and sisters. And tomorrow we'll continue from here. And try to revise it tonight as much as you can. Inshallah. And if you can think of all these grammatical analysis, you try to write it. As much as you can. Because we will be repeating it, inshallah. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار ربنا هب لنا من أزواجنا وذرياتنا قرة أعين واجعلنا للمتقين إماما ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا إن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب علينا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين جزاكم الله خير. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen wa salatu wa salamu ala nabiyyina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa azwajihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd fa'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Rabbi zidni ilman ajma'in inshallah. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala increase in all of us knowledge. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Nice to see you, brothers and sisters. We'll again continue and revise a little bit from what we left yesterday. Brothers and sisters, I wrote down those two words, 𝑎𝑟𝑎𝑏. And then I wrote down in English. In other words, the 𝑎𝑟𝑎𝑏 has two meanings. When you say 𝑎𝑟𝑎𝑏, it can mean the declension of the noun. Are you with me? Because the noun will tell us what kind of function it is performing by giving us a clue at the end of it. The vowel sign will give us a clue. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? The noun will tell us by its ending what kind of a function it is performing. That is also called 𝑎𝑟𝑎𝑏. And another meaning of 𝑎𝑟𝑎𝑏 is that you do grammatical analysis of a sentence, word by word, to analyze a sentence and to show the function of each word in a sentence. That is also called 𝑎𝑟𝑎𝑏. In English, we will say normally grammatical analysis. That also means 𝑎𝑟𝑎𝑏. And the other meaning of 𝑎𝑟𝑎𝑏 is the word changing its ending. Dun, dan, din. Now, brothers and sisters, this is very easy. If you can just repeat after me, each thing 3 times. Alamatu raf'ihi dammatun muqaddara. Alamatu raf'ihi dammatun muqaddara. Alamatu raf'ihi dammatun muqaddara. Or zahira. Next one. Alamatu nasbihi fatahatul muqaddara. Alamatu nasbihi fatahatul muqaddara. Next one. Alamatu jarrihi kasratul muqaddara. Alamatu jarrihi kasratul muqaddara. One more time. Alamatu jarrihi kasratul muqaddara. What kind of a sentence is this? Jumlah ismiya. Where is mubtada? Alamatu. Wa huwa mudaf. Rafa'i mudaf ilayhi. Wa huwa mudaf. And he mudaf ilayhi. Where is the khabar? Dammatun. So it's very simple. So once you have this thing in your mind, you can analyze and write these things with ease and comfort. It's not difficult. And these are the terms we will be using. And they are very easy, brothers and sisters. With little practice, it will become part of your vocabulary, inshallah. Now we did manqūs, remember? Do you have anything else to discuss on manqūs, or you have understood it very well? Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Or maybe I should start one more time. Manqūs. These are the nouns at the end of which there is a mandatory ya. And before ya, what is there? Kasra. That is another condition. Ya at the end, and before ya, a kasra. Okay, brothers and sisters. So I gave you example. I'll give you one more time. Kada yakdi. And then if we make ism fa'il, it will be ka di yun. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Now, there is a ya at the end, which is compulsory because ya is the part of the verb. Okay. Now, before that, there is a kasra. So, what happens, brothers and sisters? That this is dropped, ya is dropped, and we give extra kasra as a compensation. So, it became ka din. Remember, ya is dropped. But when you make it a definite, then it will become al-qadi. Are you with me? Fine. Now, when you make this, brothers and sisters, ka din, if you make this mansoob, then ya will open up. Ka di yan. Now these are the rules we must remember. When will the ya become visible in Manqūṣ? When? Number one, when it becomes definite. When it becomes definite. Are you with me with that? Number two, when it is mansoob. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Number three, when it becomes mudāf. Okay? Qadi of Makkah. Qadi of Makkah. So how would you write down Qadi? Now ya will come out. And Makkata. Qadin now became Qadi. So these are the three things, inshallah, you will make a note of it. Brothers and sisters, I tell you one more thing, that the key of book 3 in English, which Dr. Sahib has written, is the most beautiful, beautiful, beautiful thing. It has got so much information in it, brothers and sisters, so much information in it, that it can become an extremely important tool for understanding book 3. I had an opportunity to teach a non-Muslim Arabic course. He wanted to learn Arabic language. He's a priest, brothers and sisters, and he's a Catholic. A very, very pious man. He knew several languages: English, French, Latin, Spanish, Filipino, had been all over the world. He was born in Canada, a very pious man, and he wanted to learn Arabic. So somehow he was directed to me, and I said, okay, if he is interested, inshallah, we will show him the, little bit of Arabic language. So he started to learn to read and write, and then he used to come twice a week to me, and mashallah, he was sailing smoothly through the book, because he had a good idea of the grammar of French and English and Spanish. So at the end of the course, I told him, Brother David, how did you find the Arabic? Isn't it easy to learn? What was his answer, brothers and sisters? That answer I will never forget. Had it not been for the keys that Dr. Abdarim has written, I would have found Arabic language very difficult. Because of the key, he found it very easy. So he would read the key and come to me, and after our lessons go back and read the key. So this made him understand the concept with ease. And brothers and sisters, whenever I teach Maṣdar al-Muʻawwal, I'm myself a little bit uneasy, because it's a concept that we take a little longer to understand. But he understood in 10 seconds. Why? Because he knew the English grammar. He knew what infinitive was, what gerund was. So when you relate Maṣdar al-Muʻawwal to infinitive and gerund, it's very easy. He understood it right away, what it really meant. So read the key as much as possible, brother and sister. Keep the key next to you, especially for book 3. Before you go to bed, maybe you can read a page or two. Before you come to the class, read page or two. It will help you to understand the concept very well. And all these things are mentioned there, which I have written on the board. Okay, brothers and sisters. So, when the qādin, brother and sister, is marfu, we say alamatu raf'ihi ad-dammatul muqaddara. But that will be for qadi. Because you can see the ya. And then if it is majroor, it will still remain in the same form. And then you will say alamatu jarrihi kasratun muqaddara. Okay. Now, when it is mansub, then it will be alamatu nasbihi fatahtu zahira. Now, when you come to qadin, then what will you do? It is written in the book. It is there in the book. And I want to show you, and you keep your highlighters handy, brothers and sisters, inshallah. Are you comfortable with this sentence, brothers and sisters? What is al-Manqūṣ? It is a ism, declinable. Allazi akhiruhu ya'un lazimatu. At the end of it, there is a mandatory ya or original ya. Why we can say original ya? Because it is part of the verb. Sahih? Kada, yaqdi, the ya is part of it, original. Are you with me? It's original. Because these things you will read in the key. Original ya. Why original ya? Because it is part of the verb. Okay? And then before it, maqṣūrun ma qablaha. There is a kasra before ya. That is the sign of manqūṣ. Okay? Fine. And then these are the example. Then we have a sentence. Sa'al al-qādi al-muhamiyya anil jani. Taqulu, you say, fi i'rābi hādhihi al-kalimāti. What you say, brothers and sisters? Al-qādi fa'ilun marfu'un alamatu raf'ihi dammatul muqaddara. Now sometimes people write like this also, brothers and sisters. What did I write down? Ala akhirihi means at the end of it. If you want, you can add it. So you will say fa'ilun marfu'un alamatu raf'ihi dammatun muqaddaratun ala akhirihi. You can say if you want to, but if you don't want to write it, it's perfectly all right. Dr. Abdurrahim did not write. But I have seen in other places sometimes people write it, But it's easy, and it makes sense, Al-muhamiyya, see? When the manqūṣ is mansub, then you see the alamat in front of you, right in front of your eyes. Maf'ulun bihi mansubun wa alamatu nasbihi fatahatun zahiratun. Okay. Al-jani majrurun bi an alamatu jarrihi kasratun muqaddara. Got the idea, brothers? Very good. Now we come to the next page. Page number 10. Qad yakunu. Brothers and sisters, make a note of it. Here, we are going to study later on. When qad comes with fi'l madi, it means the action has been done, complete. If I say, Aina Hamidun, you can say, Zahaba ila suki. What is the meaning of that? If I say, Qad Zahaba ila suki, then, Qad, he has gone. Are you with me? So, when Qad comes with Madi, it's called Harfu Tahqiq, for certainty. Harfu Tahqiq. Okay, I'll write down, brothers and sisters. Qad is called harfu tahqiqin. Remember, tahqiqin, tahqiqun. Can you figure out? Tahqiqun. Here it is kin, but I am not, because it's mudaf ilayhi. Otherwise, what kind of a word is this? Taf'ilun, mashallah. Brother Abdul Samad, excellent. That's the way we, try to figure out. So what is the verb then? Haqqaqa, excellent, Sister Hafsa. Haqqaqa. So our mind will start to work. Haqqaqa. Yuhaqqiqu. Inshallah. Excellent. Fine, brothers and sisters. But when it comes with mudariya, then, brother, the translation is, brothers and sisters, the translation is maybe. Maybe. It is possible. Then we will say it is possible or maybe. So here comes وَقَدْ يَكُونُ الْمَنْقُوسُ. So maybe the, manqūs is مَذُوفَ الْيَاءِ. What is the meaning of this, man? Drop of the ya. So when will be that situation, Sister Maimuna? Qadin. So in Qadin the ya is dropped. So this is the meaning of it. وَقَدْ يَكُونُ الْمَنْقُوسُ. Manqūsu is the ismu kana. Ismu yakuna. And where is the khabar yakuna? Mazufa. If there is a fatah there. Mazuful ya'i. Mudaf mudafili. Now, example. ذهب قادٍ. Brothers and sisters. ذهب قادٍ إلى muhammin. In both cases, it is mahdhuf, mahdhuful ya'i. تقول في إعراب هاتين كلمتين قادٍ. This is to be highlighted, brother. Very important sentence, if you can memorize it, and it's easy to memorize it, brothers and sisters. قادٍ فاعل مرفوع علامة رفعه ضمة مقدرة على الياء المحذوفة. So this is what you have to say it. على الياء المحذوفة. You saw Brother Abdul Samad? Brother Muqim? Brother Hassan? Do you see? Brother, if you read few times, you will not realize that you have memorized it. It will come to you with ease. And inshallah we'll be practicing. So, muhammin, now this is majroor. Majroorun bi ila. Alamatu jarrihi kasratun muqaddaratun. And where is that kasra? Alal ya'il mazufati. Got the idea? Highlight this also, brothers and sisters. Or write it, underline with pencil. I prefer highlight, because when you are revising, it will stand out in front of you. Inshallah. Now we come to our favorite. What is our favorite, brothers and sisters? Ya mutakallim. When ya mutakallim becomes mudaf ilayhi, you will not see the dhamma or fatah. You will only see kasra. So how do you define it? Here is an example, beautiful example. Da, jaddi, ustazi, ma, zumala'i. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Fine. So, jaddi, there is a ya mutakallim. Ustazi, there is a ya mutakallim. Zumala'i, there is a ya mutakallim. Brother, ya only does one job. And what is that? To pull it down. So now we got to figure out the Iṛāb. Fine, brothers and sisters. Da'a, what is da'a? Fi'lun madin. Fi'lun madin. What is jaddi? Fa'il. Well, fa'il is marfu. So what will you say? It's given there, inshallah. It's given there. Fa'ilun marfu'un wa alamatu rafihi ad-dammatul muqaddaratun. Now you should write one extra sentence. You will write down this, brother. Ala ma qabla. See, qabla came, then the next noun has to be mudaf ilayhi, majroor. So it became ya'i, and then mutaqallimi. This you can add it. It will be nice because it will remind you. Are you with me? Sister Hafsa, does it make sense? Brother Abdul Samad? Brother Hassan? Sister Madinah? It makes sense. All these small things, if you note it down, inshallah, it will make your understanding very strong. And one day when you will stand up and teach others, you can refer to your notes and show them all these beautiful things, inshallah. So here we are, jaddi, actually it is jaddu. Remember, it is fa'il. So, fa'ilun marfu'un alamatu raf'ihi dammatun muqaddaratun. And where is it? Alama qabla ya'i. So before ya mutakallim. Are you with me? Now, ustazi, brother, da'a. My grandfather invited whom? Maf'ulun bihi. But you don't see fatah. So what will you say? Maf'ulun bihi mansubun alamatun nasbihi fatatun muqaddaratun alama qabla ya'i mutakallim. This will be a common sentence, you know. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? No, zumala'i, ma'a zumala'i. Okay? So here, brothers and sisters, you can say mudafun ilayhi majrurun wa alamatu jarrihi kasratun muqaddaratun alama qabla ya'i mutakallim. Now some of the scholars of the grammar disagree. They say no, this is a kasra zahira because of ma. But, we do not sit down and argue. We just say, okay, maybe that scholar is also right. But Dr. Abdurrahim has mentioned this, so we carry on with his explanation. That it is kasratun muqaddaratun. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Inshallah. Because you will see many things later on. That in which it will be more suitable, more appropriate to say kasratun muqaddaratun alama qabla ya'il mutakallim. Okay. Brother, this is done. Inshallah, you understood it very well. Now we have a nice table in front of us. Alamatul Iʿrāb al-asliyati wal-far'iyyati fil ism. We are only now learning about noun. Later on we will be learning about verbs, inshallah. All these columns, brothers and sisters, you keep the highlighters handy and pencil handy if you want to. What is the first column? Al-halatul i'rābiyatu. What will be the translation? The state of declension. Or you can say the declined state. What will you write down? the declined state or case ending. Both will be correct. Al-hālatul i'rābiyatu, the declined state or case ending. Al-marfu, and then under it, alamatu raf'i. Alamatul raf'i. And then mansub and alamatul nasbi. Then majroor, alamatul jarri. Fine. Āmil, brother? Agent. Doer. The agent. Sister Mehna, if we say agent, it's more, it is better. Agent. That agent is doing the job. So here it is Jā'a, and then Ra'i, too, but actually it is Ra'i, Ra, and then Sallamtu ala. Okay, brothers and sisters? In any case, when you say Ra'a, file has to be there. So Ra'itu, the whole thing is agent, as Dr. Sahib has mentioned. And Sallamtu ala. Now the first column after Āmil, al-ismu dhu. Remember dhu? Alamatil i'rābil asliyati. Means a noun which contains the primary signs of ending. Primary and secondary. Original. Jā'a al-abnā'u. What is the sign there? Original. Marfu. Dhamma. Okay? Fine. And then next column is Jama Muannas Salim. So what will you say? No. Banatu. Ja'a abna'u wa. Wa. What will you say? Wal banatu. It is still original. Dhamma. And then walidani. Now this is muthanna. So here we have a noun which is a plural, and then we have jama muannas salim, then we have muthanna, and then we have jama mudhakkar salim, and then we have mamnu min as-sarf, and then asma'ul khamsa. See, so in all of this, what does the agent do? Marfu, but then what are the signs? Yes? No, we have to understand. We must know for sure that we understand these signs. So in abna'u, it's primary ending. In banatu, primary ending. Walidani, where is the sign of marfu, Sister Arifa? Walidani, it's muthanna, al-alif. Are you with me? Sister Hafsa? It's alif. Now, we come to Jama Mudhakkar Salim. Wal akrabuna. Write down akrabuna. Akrabuna. This is your relatives. Jama Mudhakkar Salim. So what is the sign of marfu there? Wow. Got the idea? Fine. Mamnu min sarf. Of course it is Dhamma. The Mamnu min sarf is only when it is majroor that it takes a different sign. And Asma'ul Khamsa, Akhuhu. So Akhu is your file. So what is the sign of its marfu? Wow. Is it clear, brother? If this is clear, Alhamdulillah, then you have understood the whole lesson. Now comes the next column. Ra'aytu. Now we need maf'ulun bihi. Ra'aytu al-abna'a. Fatha. Al-banati. Sister Menas, now came banati. Ra'aytu al-banati. Fine. Then there's a kasra. Sahih? So this is your secondary sign. Fine. Then wal-walidaini. This is mansub. So what is the sign of its nasab? Yeah. Again it is secondary. You can say asliyatun and far'iyatun. So this is far'iyatun. What is the next one? Wal aqrabina. Okay, brothers and sisters, what is the sign of mansub here? Yeah, because Jama Mudhakkar Salim. And then Ibrahima, that is normal. And then Akhahu, al-Alif. See, these are the signs when these nouns become mansub. Sister Manas, is it clear? It's very simple, brother. Everything now that we studied in the first 10 pages, now it is being brought to us in a chart form. Then majroor. Sallamtu ala al-abna'i. And then kasra, normal. Al-banati. Kasra, normal. Then wal-walidaini. Now this is a secondary sign. And then wal-aqrabina. Again, ya, secondary sign. Now comes Ibrahima. Okay, so this is your fatah. This is your secondary sign. Are you with me? And akhihi. Yeah. Got the idea, brothers and sisters? Very good. Yes.
Ibrahima.
Yes.
You say secondary or is primary?
Secondary, brother. Because it is majroor.
Okay.
Yes, Salim.
Just analyze the complete one of those marfu, mansub and majroor like Yā'a,
Al-Abna. Okay, let me do it quickly. Okay, brothers and sisters, I'll be quick. Huh? Okay, al-Abna'u. So what will you say? Abna'u, fa'ilun, marfu'un, wa alamatu raf'ihi, ad-dammat. Zahiratu, you can say. And then banatu, same thing. Huh? And then walidani, fa'ilun, marfu'un, wa alamatu raf'ihi, al-alifu. Li'annahu musanna, al-musanna. We'll say al-musanna, fine. And jama mudhakkar salim. Fa'ilun marfu'un wa alamatu raf'ihi al-waw. Li'annahu jama mudhakkar salim. MashaAllah. Ibrahimu, normal. Ibrahimu is normal. Fa'ilun marfu'un wa alamatu raf'ihi ad-dammatu zahiratu. Sahih? Is normal. And akhuhu, fa'ilun marfu'un wa alamatu raf'ihi al-waw. لأنه من الأسماء الخمسة. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Okay, I think my repetition will put a dent in your hard drive and get registered, inshallah. So, brothers and sisters, see, some of you are already saying these things with me, which is excellent. And others will also catch up, inshallah. Fine. رأيت فعل فاعل الأبناء مفعول به منصوب وعلامة نصبه فتحة ظاهرة. And then بناتي بناتي مفعول به منصوب وعلامة نصبه كسرة ظاهرة. Why كسرة? لأنه جمع مؤنث سالم. Got the idea, Brother Hassan? Inshallah. Now we come to والدين. مفعول به منصوب وعلامة نصبه الياء لأنه مثنى. Very good. أقربين مفعول به منصوب وعلامة نصبه الياء لأنه جمع مذكر سالم. Fine. إبراهيم normal. مفعول به منصوب وعلامة نصبه فتحة ظاهرة. Fine. أخاه مفعول به منصوب وعلامة نصبه الألف لأنه من الأسماء الخمسة. MashaAllah. Is it clear, brothers and sisters? Now we come to Sallamtu ala Abna'i, that is normal. Kasra. Al-Banati, normal, kasra. Then Wal-Walidaini. Now this is Ya here. Okay, because it is Musanna. And then wal-aqrabina, then again it is ya, jama muzakkar salim. And then comes salamtu ala Ibrahima. Why ma? It's mamnu min sarf. And then salamtu ala akhihi. So then it is again ya is your sign of It's being majroor. So how will we say then? Abna'i ismun majrurun bi ala. You can say bi ala. Now we can say bi ala. Are you with me? It's majroor with what? Because of what? Bi ala. With ala. Okay? Fine. Wa alamatu jarrihi kasratun zahiratun. And then banati, same thing. Alamatu jarrihi kasratun zahiratun. Then wal walidaini alamatu jarrihi al-yā'u li'annahu musanna. Now, brother and sister, wa aqrabina alamatu jarrihi al-yā'u li'annahu jama' muzakkar salih. Now comes Ibrahima. So you will say majrurun bi ala wa alamatu jarrihi al-fatha. Al-fatha. Then what is fathatu? Why? Then we say li'annahu mamnu min as-sarf. Because it is mamnu min sarf. You will say like that. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Inshallah. Okay. And wa akhihi majrurun bi ala wa alamatu jarrihi al-yā'u li'annahu min al-asmā al-khamsa wa huwa mudaf. And then mudaf ilayhi. We can say wa huwa mudaf in all of them. Akhuhu, akhahu, and akhihi. Is it clear, brothers and sisters? Inshallah. Okay, brother. Al-Iʿrābul taqdīriyu. Estimated declension. Estimated declension. It's not visible. But it is there. It is not visible, but it is there. Our mind can see, but our eyes cannot see. Same thing, brothers and sisters. Al-halatul Arabiyya, state of case ending. Āmil, same thing, brother. Al-mudafu ila Yā'i mutakallim, then Manqūṣ, and then Maqṣūr. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Okay. How will you say now? Jā'a Sadiqi. What will you say, Sadiqi? Fa'ilun marfu'un wa alamatu raf'ihi dammatun muqaddara alama qabla ya'il mutakallim. Wa huwa mudaf ya mutakallim mudaf ilayhi. Fine. Then al-muhami. Here you will say fa'ilun marfu'un wa alamatu raf'ihi ad-dammatu muqaddara. Khalas. You can say ala akhirihi if you want to. And then Mustafa. In Maqṣūrah, all the three case endings are muqaddara. So what will you say here? Mustafa. Brothers and sisters? Marfu'un, fa'ilun marfu'un, wa alamatu raf'ihi dammatul muqaddara. Khalas. Ala akhirihi if you want to say. At the end. Okay? Fine, brother. Ra'aytu sadiqi. So what is sadiqi? Maf'ulun bihi. Mansubun. Wa alamatu nasbihi fatahatun muqaddaratun alama qabla ya'i mutakallim. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Wa huwa mudaf. And then ya mutakallim mudaf ilayhi. Whenever you see ya mutakallim, we can say huwa mudaf and ya mutakallim mudaf ilayhi. Now al-muhamiyya. Have you got fatah there? If there is no fatah, put a fatah there. Muhamiyya. You know the manqūṣ, when it is mansub, then the fatah is visible. Put fatah there and highlight it also. Highlight the ya only. So that you know this is what we are looking at. So how will you say, brothers and sisters? Maf'ulun bihi mansubun wa alamatu nasbihi fatahatun zahira. Zahirat. MashaAllah. Then Mustafa. What will you say? Maf'ulun bihi mansubun wa alamatu nasbihi fathatun muqaddara. Ala akhirihi, if you want to say it. Now, sallamtu ala sadiqi. Now, in this case, brothers and sisters, it is definitely kasra muqaddara. So, sadiqi majrurun bi ala wa alamatu jarrihi kasratun muqaddaratun ala ma qabla ya'il mutakallim. MashaAllah. Excellent, brother Abdul Mukim. Excellent. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? You will get used to it. And those words will smoothly flow from your mouth, inshallah. And if some of you find it difficult, brothers and sisters, it's normal. I didn't get the first time, as you are getting. Brother Abdul Mukim, I didn't get it. It took me a little while to say these things. So, brothers and sisters, don't worry. Keep on practicing. Keep on revising. And inshallah, one day, very soon, you will be able to speak all these things very fluently, inshallah. So, do not get gabrified. And do not get distressed if you can't say it right away today. Today, most important thing, Brother Hassan, is to understand, inshallah. Okay, brothers and sisters. Salamtu alal muhami. Okay, so ismun majrurun wa alamatu jarrihi kasratun muqaddara ala akhirihi. Fine. Now, Mustafa, what will you say, brothers and sisters? Ismun majrurun wa alamatu jarrihi kasratun muqaddara. Is it clear, brothers and sisters? Inshallah, no difficulty. Now, can you reflect on this? Where have we come in last 3 months? How we used to analyze before and how we are analyzing now? Alhamdulillah, it is grace and mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that slowly the knowledge is now taking its root in our mind. And inshallah, brothers and sisters, if you will keep on working, by the end of book 3, you will acquire enough knowledge of classical Arabic that you will be able to understand 85% to 90% of the Quran without the aid of translation. You will understand directly, inshallah. But it will require little extra practice because you have to build your vocabs now. What do you have to do? You have to build your vocabs, inshallah. Al-alamatul asliyatu wal fariyatu wal zahiratu wal muqaddaratu. Okay. Al-marfu hadara abna'u. Got the idea? Abna'u is file. Wal banatu wal walidani. Wal akrabuna wa Ibrahimu wa akhuhu wa sadiqi wa muhami wa Mustafa. Are you with me? These are all marfu. No. Make it a sukoon, brother. That's wrong. Fa'il cannot have a fatah. Maf'ulun bihi will have fatah. So there is a typo. We have a problem with some of the typos, They can really confuse us. Okay? So, muhammi, there is a sukoon on ya. In fact, there should not be anything there. But if there is something, it should be sukoon. Then mansub. The autu, I invited. Abna'a. And then banati. Now you understand it, brothers and sisters? Yeah. And walidaini, akrabina, Ibrahima, wa akhahu, wa sadiqi, muhammiya. Now highlight it, brother. Ya with fatah, highlight it. So that you will know that in manqūs, when it is mansub, fatah becomes visible. Fatah will become visible on the ya. Ya will also be there, visible, and the fatah will also be visible. Inshallah. And Mustafa, you got it? Now majroor. Ittasaltu. Okay, brother and sister, what kind of a verb is this? Ittasala. Form 8, mashallah, mashallah, Sister Hafsa. May Allah increase you in knowledge. Huh? And all of us, mashallah, mashallah. Brothers and sisters, I do not want to embarrass Hafsa, but you remember she came very late. The course had started. She joined us, I think we had gone past half of the book. We were in the 3/4 of the book, and she came and joined us. And I told her, Sister Hafsa, you have to really work hard to catch up. And mashallah, mashallah, she worked very hard, and today her understanding is so very firm. She is an example, brother. What can a hard work produce in a student? Alhamdulillah. And she is the youngest member of our class, mashallah. May Allah increase you in knowledge. And all of us, inshallah. Keep on working, Sister Hafsa. You will become an excellent teacher one day. And maybe you are still very young. She is only 16. And she will, inshallah, go for higher studies in Middle East, inshallah. And this knowledge will help her. Brothers and sisters, I tell everybody, do not go to Middle East like a Kora Kagas, with a clean sheet of paper. No. There you won't learn all these things. They will teach you, but you will find it very difficult, and sometimes you will not understand everything. I have got personal experience with people. I do not want to discuss all this thing now, but people who did not study here could not succeed there. They did not succeed. They came empty-handed. And those who study here, brothers and sisters, what do I tell them? Sister Maimuna, after you finish 3 Madinah books, and then you go to Middle East, and when you start your studies, you are not walking. You are flying. Because you know everything. So whatever the ustad there, the professor, teaches you, you know it, what's going on. And you will enjoy it. And you will be most successful in your studies. So learning here the basics and then going to Middle East is a very wise and prudent thing, inshallah. And take my advice seriously, brothers. This advice is very important. Sister Sumayya, when you'll go to Egypt with this knowledge, you'll be laughing there. And you'll be flying there, inshallah. Okay, brothers and sisters, we did this. Tamarinu. Ayyin. Okay, what is ayyin? But ittasala, we forgot. Ittasala. She said form 8. No. Okay, brother, first tell me ittasala. Give me the root. Wasala. What is it? From wasala, it became ittasala. Okay, brothers and sisters, let us conjugate. Ittasala, ittasala, ittasalu, ittasalat, ittasalata, ittasalna, ittasalna. And then ittasalta, ittasaltuma, ittasaltum, ittasalti, ittasaltuma, ittasaltunna, ittasaltu. And then ittasalna. So it's so easy, brother and sister. No difficulty in conjugation now. Now this is fi'al madi. So where is the fi'al? Ittasal with sukoon. With sukoon is the fi'al. Why sukoon? Mabnī ala sukoon. Give me a quick answer, brother. Sister Hafsa, why there is a sukoon, Sister Madinah? I say fi'alun madin mabnī ala sukoon. Why? Mutaharrik pronoun, mashallah. Because when the mutaharrik pronoun comes, Sister Mainaz, then the lam kalima gets a sukoon. Remember? So this is what we have to understand. That fi'alun madin mabniun ala sukoon. Okay? And then tu is a mutaharrik pronoun. There is still more explanation to this, how to define it. but I won't go in detail now, because let's concentrate on something which is important. So, brother, ittasala, B harf jar has to come. Are you with me? Highlight B. You will always see B after ittasala. Ittasaltu B means I contacted. You contact somebody by telephone, or by letter, or in any way. So, ittasaltu B means I contacted. Okay? So, B came, brothers and sisters. So, abnai, normal. Banati, normal signs, brothers and sisters. Al-walidaini, this is secondary sign. Okay, brothers and sisters, yeah. And then, al-akra, Binā, again secondary. Ibrahima, secondary. Wa akhihi, secondary. Sadiqi, no, brother. Abdul Samad, kasratul mukaddara. And Muhammad, kasratul mukaddara. Mustafa, kasratul mukaddara. You got the idea, brothers and sisters? Okay, fine. Now, ayyin. Brother, what is ayyin? Fi'lu amrin. What is the proper fi'l? Ayyana. You ayyinu. Ayyin. Form 2. Give me the bab. Tafa'il. Say bab, inshallah. Bab tafa'il. Say. It will help you later on in many, many beautiful ways. It will help you, brother. Ayyin al-mu'arab. Wal mabni fima yati. Specify. Ayyin means specify. Specify mu'arab and mabni in what follows. Okay, brothers and sisters. Brother Abdul Samad, kitabun, it is mu'arab or mabni? Now mind you, this is a new exercise. You will get a little confused. Kitabun. Mu'arab. Brother? Abdul Samad? Mu'arab. Kitabun, ban, bin. One more for you. Okay. Brother Abdul Samad? Hadha.
This is
Mabnī. Brother Abdul Mukim? Hamidun. Mu'arab. Brother Farooq? Masajidu. Mu'arab. It is Mu'arab. Huwa. Mabnī. Salim? Ana. Sayaratun. Tun. Mu'arab, brother. Mu'arab. Sister Nusrat. Allazi. Mabnī. Amsi. Mabnī. MashaAllah. MashaAllah. Al-Jami'atu. Sister Arifa. Mu'arab. MashaAllah. Muslimani. Mu'arab. Muslimatun. Mu'arab. Hadani, Sister Nasreen, this is very important. Hadani, Mu'arab. Hadha mabni, hadhihi mabni, hadani Mu'arab. Are you with me? Write down. If you are not sure, highlight it, circle it, give some signs. Hadaini, hadaini. Musanna. Okay, fine. Sister Mainat al-Ana. Mabnī. Sister Sukhaina, Allatani, Mu'arab, MashaAllah. Yeah, but then, sister, we can make mistake once, then we become alert and we don't repeat our mistake. Inshallah. Sister Naima, Man, Mabnī, MashaAllah. Sister Fatima, Allahu, Mu'arab. Allahu, Allah, Allahi, Mu'arab. Sister Sumayya, be very careful. Arba'ata ashara. Mabnī, MashaAllah, MashaAllah. Arba'atun. Sister Hafsa, Mu'arab. See, now we come to the end of it and there is only Sister Abir left. Sister Abir, Āmil. Mabnī. Āmil is Mabnī. Okay? Āmil is Mabnī. You know, with highlighter, you can highlight everything that is Mabnī. So then you can see the difference between the two. Okay, I'll repeat. هذا مبني, هو مبني, أنا مبني, الذي مبني, الأمس مبني, الآن مبني, من مبني, 14 مبني, and Āmil Mabnī. Got the idea, brothers and sisters? Inshallah. Now we come to ما علامات الإعراب الأصلية في الاسم. Okay, brother? What are they? If it is marfu, then Dhamma. If it is mansub, then Fatha. If it is majrur, then Kasra. These are the original signs of ending. So what will you say? Dhamma, Fatha, and Kasra. Okay, brothers and sisters, what is the next one? Ma alamatul i'rabil far'iyyati fil asma'il khamsati. What are they, brother? إذا كان مرفوعا الواو, إذا كان منصوبا الألف, إذا كان مجرورا الياء. So you know this, inshallah. You will remember this. Okay, fine. وما علامة إعراب الفرية في جمع مذكر سالم إذا كان مرفوعا الواو, إذا كان منصوبا الياء, إذا كان مجرورا الياء. مثنى بدل, إذا كان مرفوعا الألف, إذا كان منصوبا ياء, إذا كان مجرورا. Brother, tell me, isn't it halwa puri? This is easy, inshallah. Fine. Now, ما علامة جر في الممنوع من الصرف. What will you say? هي فتحة. What will you say? هي فتحة بدل كسرتي. I will write down. Brothers and sisters, I will write down. هي فتحة بدل kasrati. Are you with me? This is the alamat of jar when it is mamnu min sarf. Got the idea, brothers and sisters? So it is fatah instead of kasra. But you have to write down badala. And I'll explain you later on why it is badala. ما علامة نسب في جمع مؤنث سالم. You will say هي كسرة ظاهرة بدل فتحة. بدل فتحتي. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Inshallah. هاتي مثالا للمقصور. مقصور, brothers and sisters. واجعله في 3 جمل على أن يكون مرفوعا في الأولى ومنصوبا في الثانية ومجرورا في الثالثة. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? So give 3 examples. In one, it is marfu, and then the second, it is mansub, and the third is. So what will you say, brothers and sisters? Jaa Mustafa, mashallah. And then, Raitu Mustafa. And Salamtu ala Mustafa. Jaa Mustafa, Raitu Mustafa, and Salamtu ala Mustafa. In all of these 3, one is marfu, Dhammatul Muqaddara, the second one is Mansub, Fatahtul Muqaddara, and the third one is Majroor, Kasratul Muqaddara. Now, Hati Mithalan lil Manqūṣ. Now remember, Manqūṣ Mahdhuful Yā'i, in which the Ya is dropped. Are you with me? In 3 sentences. So, brother, what will you say? Jaa qadin. Ra'aytu qadiyan. Ra'aytu qadiyan. And sallamtu ala qadin. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? You'll be able to do it? Brothers and sisters, you have the key to refer to. And if you have still difficulty, then what do we have? Hallo tamarin. We have, see, Dr. Sahib has done so much for us, He has provided us all the tools of learning. We just have to get up from our seat and learn, inshallah. Brothers and sisters, hati mithalan lil mudaf ila ya'i mutakallim. 3 sentences. Marfu'an fil ula, mansuban fil thaniya, and majruran fil thalith. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Did I skip one? I beg your pardon. Oh, okay. I skipped, I think, 7th one. Okay. Yes, brother. In this, it is manqūṣ, in which the ya is there, present. Lil manqūṣ al-thabiti, al-ya'i. Fine, brother. What will you say? Same thing. Ja'a al-muhami. Or you can say Ja'a al-qadi. And what will you say? Ra'aytu al-qadi ya. Ra'aytu al-qadi ya. Or Ra'aytu al-muhami ya. And then Sallamtu al-qadi or Sallamtu al-muhami. So that's all, brother. You have one with al, in which ya becomes visible, and one is mazuful ya, in which the ya is dropped. Clear, inshallah? But once we have a good understanding of naqis, verbs, and how to make ism file from naqis, things become easy. Let me tell you one thing, brother. Lot of things will be repeated in book 3. I believe it is lesson number 3 or lesson number 4. We are learning ism file again. And all these things will come. So you will just get more practice. And you will get stronger and stronger, inshallah. Okay, brother, give an example with ya mutakallam, coming as a mudaf ilayhi. What will you say, brothers and sisters? Ja'a sadiqi, ra'aytu sadiqi, and salamtu ala. Brother, is there anything easier than this? This is very easy. This is very easy. Now comes your final test. Sister Arifa, now comes your final test, brothers and sisters. A'rib. What is a'rib? Fi'l amr. Analyze. Do grammatical analysis. Ma tahtahu khattun. Okay, no vowel sign, so I will repeat and say it, brothers and sisters. Yuhibbullahu. Yuhibbu. Yuhibbu. What kind of a verb is this? Maybe I should write down. Soon we will be doing all these things. Yuhibbul Allahu. The verb is ahabba. This is form 4. Bab if'al. Bab if'al. Ahabba yuhibbu. What is originally? Ahbaba. Okay? When the file is sakin, pronoun, then we have a idgham. Because these are mudaf. When the file is mutaharrik, we break the idgham. Let us do it. Ahabba, ahabba, ahabbu, ahabbat, ahabbata, ahbabna. You see, our mind will say ahbabna. See, ahbabta, tumatum, ti tumatunna, tuna. Yuhibbu. yuhibbani, yuhibbuna, tuhibbu, tuhibbani, yuhbibna, yuhbibna. Again, hunna and antunna are the only places where the fa'il is mutaharrik damir. Remember that. Fine, brother and sister. Okay, the bracket is only on muttaqeen, brother. If it is on Allah also, we can define Allah. How will you define Allahu? Whenever you define Allah, you will write down something like this. Before you say anything. Before you define Allah, you will always say, Lafzul Jalalati. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? What will you write down after Allah? If you write down Allah, you will write down like this. Okay, Allah, and then you'll say, Lafzul Jalalati, Fa'ilun, Marfu'un, Wa alamatu, Raf'ihi, Ad-Damm Zahir. Dammatun Zahiratun. Fine, brother and sister. Now comes al-muttaqeen. Maf'ulun bihi, mansubun, wa alamatu nasbihi, al-Yāʻ. Why? لأنه MashaAllah, MashaAllah. Brother, your answers are so sweet. Your answers to me are sweeter than honey. Alhamdulillah. May Allah bless you all. May Allah bless you all and increase you in knowledge and increase all of us in knowledge. Can you see the difference now? Brother, this is the way when you will read the Quran, you won't sit down and analyze because Quran is to be understood and pondered over. But these things are at the back of your mind. When you study Quran, these things are at the back of your mind. When you say al-muttaqina, you know it is mansoob. And you will also know what is the sign of its being mansoob. Got the idea, brothers and sisters? Alhamdulillah. Khalaqallahu samawati wal arda. What will you say now, brother? Samawati. Mafulun bihi mansubun wa alamatu nasbihi kasratun. Kasratun zahiratun. Why, brother, kasra? Li'annahu jama muannas salim. Brother and sister, try to write it. After writing it, check your answers with Hello Tamari. I'm not writing on board, it will take too much time. MashaAllah, you can say it, brother. Waw is harfu atfin. And al-arda mawtufun ala samawati. Mansubun. Wa alamatu nasbihi al-fatahatu zahira. Fine, brother. Ifta, faqa. Ifta, what is ifta? Fi'lu amrin mabniun ala sukun. Where is the file? Mustatir takdiruhu anta. Who will say this sentence? The doctor, the dentist. The dentist or the doctor will say. Faqa. Brother, be very careful and listen to me very carefully. Fa. How many words are there? 2 words. Mudaf, mudaf ilayhi. So fa. Mafulun bihi mansubun wa alamatu nasbihi al-alifu li'annahu min al-asma'il khamsa wa huwa mudaf. And how will you describe ka? You have never tried it. You have never attempted. But let us see it. I'm going to say it. Inshallah, you'll understand. What is ka? Damirun muttasilun mabniyun ala fatah. Ka. Mabniyun ala fatah. And if it is mabni, for what will you say? Fi mahalli jarrin mudafun ilayhi. I'll repeat one more time. Are you with me? Inshallah, I'll be repeating these things. And it will, inshallah, get firm hold in your, mind, inshallah. Ka. Sister Arifa, damirun muttasilun mabniyun ala fatha, ala al-fatha. And then, because it is mabni, then I have to say, fi mahalli, is it marfu, mansub, majroor? Majroor. This damir can only be mansub and majroor. It can never be marfu, because the marfu form of ka is anta. And ka form of the damir is only mansub or majroor. Because it can come as a maf'ulun bihi, or it can come as a mudhaf ilayhi. Are you with me? Or ism majroor. Okay. So brothers and sisters, I will say ka damirun muttasilun mabniun ala fatha fi mahalli jarrin mudafun ilayhi. Got the idea, brothers and sisters? Alhamdulillah. Aina sayaratu abi ka. How you can say ki if you want to? Brother, abi. What is it? Abi mudafun ilayhi majroon wa alamatu jarrihi al-yāᐤ li'annahu min al-asmā al-khamsa. And again the ka came same. Damirun muttasilun mabniun ala fatha fi mahalli jarrin mudafun ilayhi. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Fine, brother. Hafiztu surataini. Fine, brother, surataini. Hafiz, tu, I memorized. Memorized what? Surataini. So, brothers and sisters, maf'ulun bihi mansubun. Wa alamatu nasbihi al-yāᐤ li'annahu musanna. MashaAllah, MashaAllah. Alhamdulillah, brother. I'm going to enjoy my lunch very much today. Your answers are so sweet, MashaAllah, MashaAllah. A'rifu. I know. Know what? Qadiyya. Has to be Qadiyya, brother. Has to be Qadiyya. Because it is maf'ulun bihi. Because Qadiyya, in my old book, the underline is only on Makkah. In my old book, the underline is only on Makkah. You have to define Makkah. But in this book, I see, but Qadiyya is very simple. What is Qadiyya? Maf'ulun bihi, mansubun, wa alamatu nasbihi, fathatun zahira. Okay, it is mudaf. Makkata. Mudafun ilayhi majrurun. Are you with me? Wa alamatu jarrihi afathatu zahiratu li'annahu mamnu min as-sarf. You will say, why? Instead of kasra, it got a fatha because it is mamnu min sarf. Very good, brothers and sisters. Kharajal jarha. Do you see the beauty of Dr. Abdurrahim's book, brothers and sisters? Everything that he taught us in these pages, now we have to practice. And he brings in beautiful sentences, which has everything that has been taught before. Kharajal jarha. What is the meaning of jarha? Wounded. Wounded. Person who got wounded. Jarha, brother. Kharaja. Fi'lun madin mabniun ala fatha. So what is jarha? Fa'ilun marfu'un wa alamatu rafaihi dammatun muqaddara. What kind of a word is jarha? Maqṣūr. Maqṣūr. Because alif is at the end. Maqṣūr, brother. Remember manqūs and maqṣūr? It's easy to get confused and say one thing for the other. And it is normal. So don't worry. But it is maqṣūr. Fine. Minal mustashfa. The whole sentence is attempting for defining maqṣūr. Maqṣūr. Minal mustashfa. So min has come harf jar. What is mustashfa? Minal mustashfa. Min harfu jar. Okay. And there is even description of min also. How do you define min? But I'm not going to do it now. Otherwise, it will become too much. Let's concentrate on what Dr. Sahib is asking us to do. Mustashfa. Ismun majrurun وعلامة جره كسرة مقدرة على آخره. Fine, brother and sister. أخذ صديقي. أخذ is fi'l. What is صديقي? Fa'il. So what will you describe? How will you describe? صديقي فاعل مرفوع وعلامة رفعه ضمة مقدرة ما علامة قبل ياء المتكلم وهو مضاف على ما قبل ياء المتكلم. Before the ya mutakallim there is a dhamma muqaddara. Got the idea? Kitabi. He took what? My book. Okay, brother. Okay, what will you say about ya? But you got to define ya. Sister Arifa? Damirun muttasilun mabniun ala sukun. What is on ya mutakallim? Sukun. What will you say? Damirun muttasilun mabniun ala sukun fi mahalli jarrin mudaf ilayhi. Got the idea? Okay. We'll repeat again, inshallah, in the next word. Kitabi. So, brother, what is kitabi? Mafulun bihi. So, will you say kitabi mafulun bihi mansubun wa alamatu nasbihi fathatun muqaddaratun alama qabla ya'il mutakallim wa huwa mudaf. And then ya again, damirun muttasilun mabniun ala sukun fi mahalli jarrin mudafun ilayhi. Got the idea, brother and sister? Can you imagine? You are doing in detail now? Alhamdulillah, brother. This is quite an achievement. This is quite an achievement, inshallah. Alhamdulillah. Min harf jar hakibati. So hakibati is Ism Maqṣūr. Okay, so how will you describe hakibati? Ismun majrurun wa alamatu jarrihi kasratun muqaddaratun alama qabla ya'il mutakallim. And wa huwa mudaf and ya mutakallim. Damirun muttasilun mabniun ala sukun fi mahalli jarrin mudaf ilayhi. Okay. Ishtaraitu hadha. How do you define ishtara? Ishtaraitu, ishtarai, fi'al, tu, fa'il, hadha, maf'ulun bihi. How will you describe hadha? Just for the fun of it. Hadha. Listen to me, brother and sister. Hadha. Ismu ishara. Hadha, ismu ishara. Mabniun ala sukun. Now it is mabni, so we will say fi mahalli nasbin maf'ulun bihi. Are you with me? Try this way, brother and sister. Hadha ismu ishara mabniun ala sukun fi mahalli nasbin maf'ulun bihi. Inshallah. Brother Hassan, I'm sure you will master it. Inshallah. And you know, right now even understanding the whole thing is quite an accomplishment, brother. And brother, B, harf jar. So what is khamsa? This is ismun murakkabun. Murakkab. It is a compound. Or you can say adadun murakkabun. It's a compound number. Are you with me? Adadun, you can say, or ismun murakkabun. Let me write down, brothers and sisters. Adadun murakkabun. Or you can say ismun murakkabun. Okay, brother and sister, murakkabun. Mu has come. Murakkabun. Fine, Ism Maf'ul. Give me the verb now. Say properly. Say properly. Rakkaba. Sister Mehnaz. Rakkaba. Yurakkibu. And then Murakkib and Murakkab. Got the idea? MashaAllah. MashaAllah. Form 2. Bab. Taf'il. Make Maṣdar. Make Maṣdar. You will laugh. Tarkib. You know that word. It's used in Urdu. Tarkib. Are you with me? See how it is? We can connect it. We go to the verb, to the fi'l, to the form of the fi'l. Alhamdulillah. So you will say, Ismun murakkabun mabniun ala fatha. It is mabniun ala fatha. Fi mahalli jarrin. Fi mahalli jarrin. Got the idea? B has come, so it is fi mahalli jarrin. It's Ism Majroor. Now, also see how Dr. Sahib has described in Hello Tamarin. Just to see, because his explanation will be more precise. Now let me tell you something, brothers and sisters. When I was studying 10 years ago, Madinah books, brother, we used to study from photocopies. We did not even have the original books. The original books are coming since last 6 years. We had only photocopies. So one photocopy, you keep on making more photocopies. Do you think we had key? No, brother. We had nothing. Do you think we had Hello Tamarin? No, nothing. When Dr. Sahib, I started speaking to him, and then we remained in touch. And then when Dr. Sahib wrote the key, he sent me the copy of it. And when I saw the copy of book 3 key, what happened to me? I jumped with a joy and I hit the ceiling, I was so excited. I said, Ya Allah, this is so beautiful. Honestly, I'm saying, I jumped with joy that I had never seen such a beautiful thing. Now it made things very easy. And after that, we requested Dr. Sahib to write Hello Tamarin, so that, people who are studying at home, they can check their answers. So Alhamdulillah, everything is there with you. And now Dr. Sahib is writing a Juz Rabi, fourth section of Madinah books. What will it contain? Do you know? Quran. The various verses of the Quran. Maybe 30, maybe 40, maybe more, I don't know. As much Dr. Sahib can write. He's writing now. And then he will analyze it, and we will learn the method of his analysis. And then he will describe in detail so many things that some of them are not in our lessons. So I am anxiously waiting for it, brothers and sisters. Inshallah, Dr. Sahib will come to visit Canada in October. You will all be graduated, and by that time, you will receive certificate, plus you will receive that book also, inshallah. Okay. So, brothers and sisters, we got that? Fine. Ana Muhammin. Ana Muhammin. Ana. Now describe Ana. No, brother. That was in book 1. Now you have to say in a more eloquent way. Ana. Damirun. Munfasilun. Mabniun ala. Sukun. Sukun. No, brother. Damirun. Munfasilun. Mabniun ala sukun. Now it is mabni, so I have to say fi mahalli raf'in mubtada. This is how you will describe. Are you with me? But that is when you write your BA examination or MA examination. Okay? But we have the tools. We have the understanding. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? We have the understanding to say these things. And when they are said, we understand and appreciate it. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Muhammad, khabarun, marfu'un, wa alamatu raf'ihi, dammatul, muqaddaratun, ala ya'il mazufati. You have to say ala ya'il mazufati. Because where is the dhamma muqaddara? On the ya. Where is that ya? It is dropped. Mazuf. Got the idea, brothers and sisters? Inshallah, you'll be able to do it. Okay. Now, we have studied quite a bit today, alhamdulillah. We take a short break, brothers and sisters. Let's enjoy our tea and a few snacks, and then we'll continue. Okay, brothers and sisters, we are back from our break. Hope you enjoyed some hot tea and some snacks. And our batteries are recharged for our next session. Al-marfu'at. What is al-marfu'at? Jama. What is singular? Marfu'un. Al-marfu'at min al-asmā. You know, where is the noun marfu? Where do you find the noun marfu? Number one, mubtada and khabar. They are both marfu. Are you? Allahu marfu, mubtada marfu, akbaru khabar marfu. See, got the idea? So these things we have to make a note of it. Ismu kana is always marfu. Kana al-babu maftuhan. So ismu kana, where is ismu kana? Al-babu. So it is always marfu. Khabar inna, not ismu inna, but khabar inna. Inna Allah ghafurun, run, marfu. MashaAllah. Al-fa'il, khalaqana Allahu, khalaqana Allahu. So brother, where is the verb? Khalaqa. And what is na? How will you describe it? Damirun, muttasilun, mabniun, ala sukun, fi mahalli, nasbin, mafulun bihi. Mafulun bihi is always nasab. Are you with me, brother? This is how we will describe. And now comes our file. Allahu is your file. And brothers and sisters, whenever you describe Allah with a grammatical analysis, before you start your description, you will write down lafzul jalala. Lafz means word of majesty. This is praising Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Okay, and then you will say, how will I describe ya Allahu? First I'll say lafzul jalalati. Fa'ilun marfu'un wa alamatu raf'ihi dammatun zahiratun. Okay, inshallah. Brother Abdul Samad said, Brother Asif, you never mentioned zahir before, and we got confused. I said, the need to mention zahir only became urgent when you describe muqaddara. So muqaddara and zahira, they go opposite, you know. So now that we are saying muqaddara all the time, now we can say zahir also. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Inshallah. Naib file, we haven't studied this. We are going to study very soon. Naib file. What is the translation of naib file? Deputy file. What is it? Deputy file. This comes in passive voice, okay, which we'll study. Khuliqal insanu. Man was created. So insanu is naib file. But the khulika, can you see khulika? We have never come across this form of verb. Khalaqa became khulika. Khalaqa, he created. Khulika, he was created, or it was created. So we are going to learn this, inshallah, very soon, inshallah. Now, mansubat. Where will you find ism mansub? Okay. Ismu inna, brother and sister. Inna Allah ghafurun. So Allah is your ismu inna. And then khabaru kana. كانت الطعام لذيذا. So khabar kana is mansub. Maf'ulun bihi, we know that. Fahimtu darsa. Now comes maf'ulun fihi. What is maf'ulun fihi, brothers and sisters? Looks like very difficult. Sister Maynaz, Sister Maimuna, what is maf'ulun fihi? Brothers and sisters, take a sigh of relief. It's nothing but zarf. What is it? Huh? This is a fancy name for zarf. I shouldn't say fancy. No, the point is this. When we see lesson number 9 or somewhere there, a whole lesson comes with maf'ulun fihi. In other words, zarf. And Dr. Saab uses zarf most often. Huh? More often zarf. Okay. Now, where do we say zarf maf'ulun fihi? When it is jumla fi'liya. And in the jumla fi'liya, if the zarf comes, then it is said it is maf'ulun fihi. Okay? Are you with me? But otherwise, we say zarf. So when, Sister Madinah, if you see a jumla fi'liya and then zarf is coming, we can say it is maf'ulun fihi. Look at the sentence, brothers and sisters. Safara abi laylan. See, laylan. Are you with me? Like al-ana, al-barihata, yawman. These are all zarf. But see, the verb has come. Safara. Abi is fine. My father traveled by night. In the night. So laylan is a adverb of time. But here, safara is form 3, mashallah. Bab mufa'alatun, fi'alun. Next sentence, Sister Madinah, look at the next sentence. Jalas al-mudarrisu. So jalasa came. Is a verb. Jumla fi'liya. And then indal mudiri. So now you can say inda maf'ulun fihi. And if you said, Sister Maina, zarf, it's okay. Both are alright. Huh? But at least you know the meaning of maf'ulun fihi and how do we use it. Sahi? Inshallah. Okay, brothers and sisters, did you write down maf'ulun fihi? Yes, Sister Madinah? I beg your pardon? Amsi? Amsi is a zarf. Yeah, it's Mabnī. It's Mabnī. We are going to learn. Sister Madinah, write down what I'm saying. Number 4. What is number 4? Maf'ulun fihi. Write down next to it. Lesson number 12. Maf'ulun fihi lesson is lesson number 12, page 96. This is where we will learn the concept of maf'ulun fihi in great detail. And everything will come, why amsi and how we describe amsi, inshallah. Al-maf'ulu ma'ahu. No, but then this, or li ajlihi. What is the meaning of li ajlihi? Because of it. So this also comes in the Quran. What is the sentence? Can you read it? No vowel signs. Ma kharajtu min al-bayti khawfan. Brother, what was the reason that you did not go out of the house? For the reason of fear of heat. Are you with me, brother? So what will you describe khawfan? Kharaja is not a transitive verb. It does not need maf'ulun bihi. Now this is khawfan will be called maf'ulun li ajlihi. For the reason of, for the cause, or reason of. Now, brothers and sisters, the use is not very frequent, but it comes in the Quran. This will come in the Quran, and we will study it, Again, there is a lesson number 29, page 200 and I believe it is 46. Okay? That lesson will deal with maf'ulun li'ajlihi. And next one, brother and sister, maf'ulu ma'ahu. Now also the use is very little. Ma, with. So here, sirtu. Okay, brother, sirtu. Wal jabala. Why jabala is mansub? Now again the use of this is not very frequent. Sirtu, what is the meaning of sirtu? What is the verb? Sara yasiru. Ajwaf. Ajwaf, ya'i. Sara, he walked. Sara, Sara, Saru, Sarat, Sarata, Sirna, Sirta, Sirtuma, Sirtum, Sirti, Sirtuma, Sirtunna, Sirtu, Sirna. Sirtu, I walked. Wal Jabala, along the mountain. Are you with me? Write down the meaning, brothers and sisters. I walked along the mountain. By the mountain. Now, brothers and sisters, again, it is not very frequent, but we must understand that there is something called al-maf'ulu ma'ahu. Now remember, this is all advanced grammar, brother. Very advanced grammar. Okay? There is nothing more advanced than this now. There are only few concepts. Dr. Sahib told me once that those concepts are not very frequent, so I did not add it. Anything which was very important to understand Quran, he brought in. So this book relates to the Quran, brother. Alhamdulillah.
So which word would be Jabala? It would be
Jabala, Mansub. Brother Abdul Samad, we are only doing Mansubat.
No, I understand.
So Sirtu is fi'l fa'il. Wal Jabala. So Jabala will be maf'ulun ma'ahu.
So waw here is
Waw is this? Harfu atfin. Waw is atfin. Okay. Inshallah, we'll learn, brothers and sisters. Maf'ulun mutlaq, our favorite. What is the translation of maf'ulun mutlaq? Absolute object. What is it called in English? Absolute object. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? I gave you a little idea before. Dr. Sahib is giving us more idea here. Lesson number 28. Sister Nasreen, lesson 28. Page number 238. We'll be studying maf'ulun mutlaq. Did I say page 238? What page is this? 15. Delhi bahut dur hai. Long way to go to Delhi. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? But we will go, inshallah, one day and reach it. Okay. Yakra'u hamidun. Brother and sister, kira'atan. Brother, see, what is kira'atan? Maṣdar from kara'a. Maṣdar from kara'a. And it is mansub. So you will say, yakra'u hamidun kira'atan jayyidatan. And if you say, brother and sister, yakra'u hamidun jayyidan, then jayyidan will become maf'ulun mutlaq. But if you mention maf'ulun mutlaq kira'atan, then jayyidan is the naat. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? I have one more sentence for you to write, brothers and sisters. I want to write another sentence. Antum uzkurullah. Find. Remember Allah. Zikran. Now zikran, what is zakara? Yazkuru. Zikran is the Maṣdar. So you say zikran kasira. You cannot translate this. The sweetness is in its original form, language. In original matan, the sweetness is there. And we got to learn that language in order to feel the magic of Quran, brothers and sisters. And inshallah, as we progress, you will be noticing all these things. Brother, kathiran, what is kathiran? Nah. Now if I say to you, Uzkurullaha kathiran, kathiran is now maf'ulun mutlaq because it represents zikran kathiran. All these things we are going to study in lesson number 28, inshallah. Fine. Oh brother, hal has come. हाल कैसा है जनाब का, क्या ख्याल है आपका? Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Very important lesson. A very important lesson. Huh? Jaddi. Brother, what is Jaddi? What kind of a sentence is this? Jumlah. So what are we looking for? Mubtada. Where is Mubtada? Jaddu. Huh? How will you describe Jaddi? So you will say Jaddi, Mubtada, Marfu'un, wa alamatu raf'ihi, Dammatun, Muqaddaratun, Alama, Qabla Ya'i, Mutakallami. Before the Ya Mutakallim, there is a Damma there. Are you with me? Wa huwa mudaf. And then what will you say? Ya Mudaf ilayhi. Okay, brother? My grandfather, okay, give me the news. What is the news? Yusalli. What is yusalli? Salla, yusalli. What form is this? Salla, form 2. Bab, taf'il. Okay, yusalli. Describe yusalli. Fi'alun, mudari'un, marfu'un, bidammatil muqaddara. Dammatil muqaddara. See, now we can say with ease, where is the file? Mustatir. Taqdiruhu huwa. Yadullu ala jaddi. MashaAllah, MashaAllah. Okay, brother, my grandfather prays, okay. In what condition does he pray? Qa'idan. See, qa'idan. It became mansub. Qa'idan. Oh, what is this qa'idan? Is it maf'ulun bihi? Is it maf'ulun mutlaq? No, it is hal. It describes the condition. And we will be soon learning. Are you with me? I'm just throwing things at you. You can just put it from one ear and take it out from the other ear. That's fine. Whenever there is a hal, brother and sister, what did I say? Repeat after me. Whenever there is a hal, Sister Maimuna, there is a sahibul hal. What is it? Sahibul hal. Hal has to go somewhere. And that is sahibul hal. We are going to learn. We are not going to learn now. We will learn these things in all the lesson number. Where is the lesson number? Lesson number 31. Baskin Robbins 31 ice cream. Lesson number 31. Are you with me? That lesson deals with hal. In all kinds of situations will be, and this comes in the Quran a lot. Hal comes very frequently. Maf'ulun mutlaq comes very frequently in the Quran, brother and sister. وَقَدْ فَازَ فَوْزًا عَظِيمًا. See, this is maf'ulun mutlaq. And you cannot translate, brother and sister. You cannot justify doing translation. Oh, brothers and sisters, our favorite, Tamiz. Tamiz has come. Lesson number 30, you can write down. Page number 250. And hal was page 254. Tamayiz. But what is tamayiz? Look at it. Tam, yi, zu. What is tamyiz? Tafa'il, mashallah. It is, see, it should click in your mind. It is tafa'il. Okay, brother? Give me the verb. Mayyaza, mashallah. Mayyaza yumayyizu. Tamayiz. See, these things, as I said, and I repeated so many times, will come to you in a split of second. As you go along, as you practice, mayyaza yumayyizu tamyiz. is to distinguish something. We're going to learn in detail. Tamyiz is a noun which clarifies an ambiguity. Are you with me? Which clarifies something which is not clear. For example, here is beautiful sentence. We did it in book 2. Ana akbaru minka. I am older than you, brother. If you stop here, then I am wondering. So it is ambiguous. Now we have to bring tamyiz to clarify. So, ana akbaru minka sinnan. See, mansub, sinnan. What is sinnan? Tamyizun mansubun. Ana, brothers and sisters? No more, brother. That was in book 1. Damirun munfasilun mabniun ala sukun fi mahalli rafa'in mubtada. Akbaru khabarun marfu'un wa alamatu raf'ihi dammatun zahira. Minka, min harf jar. Ka damirun muttasilun mabniun ala fatah fi mahalli jarrin ismu majrur. Are you with me? Fine. This is the way we can do it. Sometimes I will do it, not all the time, because otherwise it will take a long time to study. But you know something, I'm afraid you will insist that we want to do now the whole of it. Okay? Sinnan, brother. If I say only to you, ana akbaru minka, maybe malan. Are you with me? Maybe malan. Maybe ibnan, I've got more children. Or maybe, Brother Muhammad, I can say, ana akbaru minka zawjan. I'm just joking. I'm joking. Okay. I write down one more sentence. You don't mind my, sometimes joke here and there. I'll write down another sentence, brother.
I just hope you have dinner when you go home.
Ana ahsanu minka See, when min comes, then it is comparative degree. Remember, min means than. Ana ahsanu minka khattan. What is the translation?
I'm better in writing.
In writing. That's it. So, Sister Hafsa, this is your tamyiz. Okay, we'll learn more, inshallah, in detail. Mustathna. What is the meaning of mustathna? Exception. And this is a very interesting lesson, a very big lesson, lesson number 32. Okay? Page number 261. Brothers and sisters, the most common example of mustathna is the use of illa. And it comes in the Quran all the time. Illa means except. Look at this. Hadarat tullabu kulluhum. Every student came. Illa hamidan. Brother, it is mansub. Why it is mansub? So we are going to learn the rules of mustathna in lesson number 32. Munada. Munada is always Ya Abdullahi. So munada becomes mansub if there is a harfu nida there. So these are the nouns which can become mansub if they come in the following situations. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Sister Mehnaz, you do not have to memorize. The most important thing will be to understand is ismu inna mansub, khabar kana mansub. This is where we get sometimes confused. Khabar inna marfu. Ismu kana marfu. These are the few important things. And others will come and you will be able to recognize it, inshallah. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Okay, al-majrurat. See, first we did marfu'at, then we did mansubat, now we do majrurat. Brothers and sisters, majrurat, you learned in book 1, and there are no more to learn. That's all. Only in 2 situations, the ism will become majroor, Sister Hafsa. What are they? Jar majroor, mudaf ilayhi. Khalas. That's it. And so you know, mudaf ilayhi, al-Qur'anu kitabullahi. Why it is lahi? Because it is mudaf ilayhi. At-tullabu fil fasli. Tullabu fil fasli. Brothers and sisters, I want to take you back one more time. The other, Jaddi yusalli qa'idan. You said qa'idan is your hal. And you say Jaddi is your muftada. You did not tell me the khabar. What is yusalli? Jumlah fi'liya. How will you describe, Sister Hafsa? Al-jumlatul fi'liyatu fi mahalli rafa'in khabar. Did we do it? I thought we didn't do it. I just thought I will say it, but I escaped my mind. So remember, yusalli, you will say al-jumlatul fi'liyatu fi mahalli rafa'in khabar. Khabar for jaddi. Fine, brothers and sisters. At-tullabu fil fasli. Brother, why it is fasli? Jar majrur. See, it says masbuku. What is the masbuku means? Preceded. Preceded by preposition. When the noun is preceded by preposition, it becomes, if the preposition comes in front, the noun becomes majrur. Tawabi'u. What is the meaning of tawabi'u? This is a different topic. Tawabi'u. Brothers and sisters, even tomorrow we will continue with the lesson, and we will also start lesson 2 tomorrow. I request you to read the key tonight of lesson 2. You will have some idea, inshallah. Tawabi'u is plural, and what is the singular? Tabi'u. Something that follows. Tawabi'u is a noun which shares the case ending of another noun in front of it. Tawabi'u is a noun which shares the case ending of another noun in front of it. Here the sentence starts with at-tabi'u huwa al-ismul mushariku. Mushariku. Yeah. Tell me what this noun is. Sister Maimuna? Where it is coming from? Sharaka. Form 3. Bab mufa'alatun. Sharaka. Yushariku. Ismu fa'il mushariku. See? Associated. Something that associates itself. Okay? So this tabi'u is a noun associated lima qablahu, to what is before it. To what is before it. Okay? Fil i'rāb bihi, in i'rāb. Mutlaqan. What is mutlaqan? Absolutely. Absolute. It follows what is before it. It follows in i'rāb. Brothers and sisters, we already know all these things, but we are now learning in detail. وَهُوَ عَلَى arba'atil anwa'in. And they are in four kinds. But an-nat, you know nat. And now tawqid, we will learn tawqid. And atf, we know atf. And then badal, our favorite. You know badal also. Now we are going to learn a little bit more in detail, brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters, these are the four grammatical elements which have no independent declension of their own. These are the four grammatical elements. What are they? Nat, badal, atf, and tawqid. These have no independent declension. They always follow what is before them. Nat follows manut. Badal follows mubdal minhu, from where the badal came. So when we say that talibu, if the hadha is marfu, the badal is marfu. If hadha is mansub, the badal is. So it does not have any independent declension. It always follows. That's the meaning of it, brother. It's very easy. They are dependent. These four elements are dependent. Dependent on what? On other nouns for their declension. If the man'ud declines, then the nat declines. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? So, brothers and sisters, again, this is what we have already studied, and a little bit more in detail now. Fine, brothers and sisters. Nat. Hadarat talibu jadidu. At-talibu ajadidu. See, at-talibu marfu, the nat has to be marfu. At-talibu is definite, nat has to be definite. At-talibu is singular, nat has to be singular. At-talibu is muzakkar, nat has to be muzakkar. Do you see all these things that we studied in book 1? At-talibu al-jadidu comes. Because nat and manut, they agree each other in what way, brothers? In case ending, in gender, in being definite and indefinite, and lastly in number. Sister Maimuna, we have done this before. So, yatlubu mudiru, the mudir wants to see or demands. What does he demand? At-taliba al-jadida. See, agrees. Hadha mubtada daftaru talibi al-jadidi. Got the idea? Now, what shall I describe this as? Halwa. Okay, brothers and sisters? Fine. Tawqeed, emphasis. Here are two words which come most often for emphasis. Hadaratullabu. Brothers and sisters? Hadaratullabu. The students came. Now I want to emphasize. Kulluhum, all of them. So I said kullu. Why did I say kullu? Because kullu is emphasizing tulla and tullabu is marfu. So kullu became marfu. Kulluhum. Fine, brothers and sisters. Mansub. Saltu tullaba. I asked the students. Kullahum. All of them. So kulla became mansub because tullaba became mansub. Easy, brothers and sisters. Salamtu ala tullabi. I wished, I greeted, I said salamu alaikum. Kullihim. All of them. So you see, kullu, kulla, kulli, they did not have their independent declension. They followed what they were trying to emphasize. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? It's very easy. All you will need is revision at home. Revise it. And then it will, inshallah, remain with you. Now, there is another form of tawqeed, which sometimes we use in English also. I really saw him, himself. So you are just emphasizing it. Okay. So what is the qala li hadha? But the qala li hadha, Qala, fi'lun madin, li, jar majrur, haza, maf'ulun bihi, and al-mudiru, fa'il. Here you can say fa'il. And Sister Manaz, if you say haza al-mudiru, no, I don't think. How will you translate? This mudir, no, the mudir is always one, brother. Qala li haza, the mudir said this. Are you with me? The mudir said this, then when you say said this, then this is your maf'ulun bihi. MashaAllah, MashaAllah. Got the idea? Qala li hadhal mudiru. See, mudiru nafsuhu. He himself told me this. Are you with me? The mudir, what will you say in English? The mudir himself told me this. What do you say himself? You could have said mudir told me this, but in order to emphasize, you said the mudir himself told me this. Are you with me? Fine. Saltul mudira, I asked the mudir, mudira nafsahu. I asked the mudir himself. Personally, fine. You can say personally or nafsahu. Salamtu alal mudiri. I said salamu alaikum to the mudir. Nafsihi. See, mudiri, nafsihi. So, nafsuhu, nafsahu, nafsihi, dependent on the other word for their i'rāb. For their declension, they dependent on the word before. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? Inshallah. That's all, brother. So, what will you say? Sa'altul mudira nafsahu. I asked the headmaster himself. And if you say, Salamtu alal mudiri nafsihi, I greeted the headmaster himself. Okay, fine, brother. Atf, conjunction. Brother and sister, remember? Atf, and then, what is the ism fa'il of atf? Atifun. And what is ism maf'ul? Ma'tufun. Ma'tufun, fine, brother. Now, brothers and sisters, Ma'tuf is also dependent for its i'rāb from the word before waw. For example, brothers and sisters, Kharaja Hamidun. Hamidun is fa'il. Waw, atf came. And what will be Sadi? Sadi. Why would you say ku? Why would you say ku? Because Hamid is marfu. So the Sadiqu, the Sadiq derives its declension from Hamid. Are you? And the waw is the connector. Because Sadiqu is being connected to Hamid by waw. So we say waw, harfu atfin, and Sadiqu, brothers and sisters, ma'tufun ala Hamid. Fine, brother. So if Hamid is marfu, then Sadiq has to be marfu. If Hamid is mansub, Sadiq will be mansub. Talab al-mudiru hamidan wa Sadiqa. You see, Sadiqa. Why ka? Because it is hamidan. Sister Madinah, is it clear, inshallah? This is not difficult, brother. This is all revision for us, rather in detail. Okay. Aina kutubu hamidin wa sadiqi. So why sadiqi? Because it is ma'tufun ala hamidin. That's it, brothers and sisters. Now comes our badal, brothers and sisters. Substitute in place of. Now, Dr. Abdurrahim has beautifully explained in much detail. And the key, inshallah, you will read it and try to understand. Because we have done badal in the book 1 quite a bit in detail, I just want you to write down one word and try to say, memorize it, brother. Mubdal minhu. Huh? See from where you get your badal. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? From where you get the substitute is derived from this source, you can say. Mubdal. Can you figure out what kind of a noun is this? Mu came. Brother, remember mu came. Ism Maqṣūr. Fine. Now, Sister Sukhaina, tell me the verb. See, mu, Sister Sukhaina, will only come in mazid fihi. So if you say badal, that's base form. There is no shadda. Abdala. Form 4. Abdala, yubdilu, mubdilu, and then mubdalu. Are you with me, brother Hasan? Form 4. Abdala. See, you cannot say form 2 because there is no shadda here. And there is no alif to make it form 3. So it has to be abdala, yubdilu, and mubdilu, and mubdalu. Ism Maqṣūr. Okay, fine. I'm going to quiz you all the time, brothers and sisters. And inshallah, it will give you enough practice to master it, inshallah. Brothers and sisters, always come to the class, unless it's a dire emergency. Always come to the class. Whenever I say this sentence, I remember Sister Fatima Khamisa. She used to say, Brother Asif, everybody should come to the class unless they are out of town or they are bleeding to death. That's the only time you don't come to the class. But that's going too far. Unless you have dire emergency, brothers and sisters, try to come to the class. Because in the class, we revise so many things, we say so many things, it will give you extra practice, inshallah. Brothers and sisters, I want to finish here, then tomorrow we'll do the al-Afʿāl, inshallah. What did we do before, brother and sister? Al-Muʿarab wal-Binā'u fil Asmā. Now we'll do al-Muʿarab wal-Binā'u fil Afʿāl. Very interesting. Most of it you know it. We have done enough practice. We can finish this in half an hour tomorrow, inshallah. Okay. Now, here is a question. Anajaha akhuka? Translation? Did your brother pass? See, where is the verb najaha? Where is the file? Akhu. Remember, akhu is the file. And then Hashimun comes. So what is Hashimun? Badal. Where is mubdal minhu? Akhu. So if akhu is marfu, the badal has to be. Got the idea? That's it, brother. Now, a'rifu, I know. Know what? Akhaka, I know your brother. And then if I have to say Hashim, what will I say? Hashiman. Why Hashiman? Because it is badal. And where is mubdal minhu? Akha. So if akha is mansub, badal has to be mansub. Fine. Aina gurfatu akhika. Translation, brothers? Where is your brother's room? And then you should say Hashi min. Why Hashi min? Because it is akhi majroor. Got the idea? Now tell me, brothers and sisters, alhamdulillah, we knew all these things because we did a good practice. Now comes another form, brothers and sisters. Anaja hadat talibu. Hada has come. At-talibu badal. Badal, why it is talibu? Hada is mubtada? Fa'il. It is fa'il. Naja hada. Fa'il, brother. Fa'il. Okay. How will you describe hada? Ismu ishara. Mabniun ala sukun. Fi mahalli raf'in fa'ilun. MashaAllah, MashaAllah. Your answers are so sweet, MashaAllah. Brother Abdul Samad, I'm going to enjoy my lunch very much today, inshallah. Arifu, I know. Hadat talibu. See, we were more familiar with badal coming from Ismu Ishara. Aina ghurfatu hazat talibi. Are you with me, brothers and sisters? So, Aina ghurfatu hazat talibi. Alhamdulillah. We finished quite a bit of it. And tomorrow we'll do the other part, brother, which is not very much. Which is not very much. And it is very interesting. And you know, when we were doing Naqis, we did a lot of practice. Especially, we started doing Muqaddara business from Naqis verbs. So the same things are coming again. And we will do it inshallah tomorrow. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanatan wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina adhaban nar. Rabbana hab lana min azwajina wa dhurriyyatina qurrata a'yunin waj'alna lil muttaqina imama. Rabbana zalamna anfusana illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka anta samiul alim.